สวัสดีครับกลับมาพบกันต่อในช่วงของตอนบ่ายนะครับเข้าสู่ช่วงของการสัมมนาช่วงที่3นะครับซึ่งในช่วงบ่ายนี้นะครับเราก็จะเข้าสู่การสัมมนาในหัวข้อนะครับทำความเข้าใจเรื่องการรู้เท่าทันสื่อและสารสนเทศนะครับโดยเพื่อให้ทุกคนเนี่ยได้มองถึงภาพรวมเกี่ยวกับแนวคิดเรื่องการรู้เท่าทันสื่อและสารสนเทศเพื่อที่จะนำไปสู่ความเข้าใจพื้นฐานเรื่อง Media Literacy นั่นเองครับแล้วก็สามารถนำไปประยุกต์ใช้ได้ด้วยครับ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Session 3 of the seminar on media and information literacy in the digital era. This morning we've already looked at the overview of the industry, and it shared some of the issues that is in the discussion in the current discussion both in Thailand and international. For example, issue of convergence, digital economy, infrastructure development, consumer protection, media literacy, etc. And in the afternoon, we're going to the next session, which is going to be about the understanding media and information literacy, which and the objective is to give an overview on the concepts of media and information literacy, so that the participants can form basic understanding of so-called IML, that stands for Media and Information Literacy, and its implications and application.
ครับสำหรับในช่วงนี้นะครับผมขอเรียนเชิญผู้ดำเนินการอภิปรายในช่วงนี้เรียนเชิญดร.เจษฎาสาราทองนะครับท่านเป็นอาจารย์ประจำคณะนิเทศศาสตร์จุฬาลงกรณ์มหาวิทยาลัยครับขอเสียงปรบมือให้ท่านด้วยครับ
We are honored to have the moderator of this session, Dr. เจษฎาสาราทอง from Faculty of Communication Arts, จุฬาลงกรณ์ University.
ครับสำหรับท่านวิทยากรนะครับได้แก่ดร.อลิสลีนะครับท่านเป็นหัวหน้าภาควิชาวารสารศาสตร์มหาวิทยาลัยเบปติสฮ่องกงนะครับ
First speaker, Dr. Alice Lee from Department of Journalism, Hong Kong Baptist University, Hong Kong.
และวิทยากรอีกหนึ่งท่านนะครับท่านศาสตราจารย์ดร.โทมัสเบาเออร์นะครับท่านเป็นศาสตราจารย์อาวุโสและศาสตราจารย์เกียรติคุณแห่งมหาวิทยาลัยเวียนนาครับ
And the second speaker, Professor Dr. Thomas Bauer from Department of Communication, University of Vienna, Austria.
ครับและลำดับต่อไปนะครับผมขอมอบเวทีสัมมนาตรงนี้ให้แก่ท่านดร.เจษฎาสาราทองครับ
Okay, we give the stage to Dr. เจษฎา please. Dr. เจษฎา
สวัสดีครับ Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your kind introduction. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Jesada Salatong. I'm the lecturer of Faculty of Communication Arts, Chulalongkorn University. I'm very glad to be here together with you for being a moderator for the session 3, Understanding Media and Information Literacy, or MIL. I would like to, before we start, I would like to give you some overview of this session. The objectives of this session is to give you the concept of MIL together with its implications and application. We will have discussion and debates on new notions such as digital literacy, information literacy, visual literacy, digital citizenship, and internet safety. Together with this, I will also give you the overview of levels of digital media literacy and empirical studies. That's the objectives of our session. And together with me, I have two prestigious guest speakers with me, and I would like to introduce each of them before we have our presentation and discussion. First of all, lady first, I would like to introduce Dr. Alice Lee. She is a vice chairperson of Hong Kong Association of Media Education, and she is a head of the Department of Journalism, Hong Kong Baptist University. She had worked for various media organizations before she received her doctorate in sociology of education from the University of British Columbia in Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Alice Lee. Okay. Before you start, I was sorry for interruption. The second speaker, we have Professor Dr. Thomas Bauer. He is a university professor emeritus at University of Vienna, Austria. He got this diploma in philosophy and theology from Germany and PhD in communication and media studies, as well as cultural sociology from University of Salzburg, Austria. He has been working in various fields, for example, in interreligious communication, health communication, environmental communication, urban studies, media literacy studies, and future studies. And since 2015, he is specially involved with Sustainable Media Literacy Development Project in universities in Thailand, Malaysia, and Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Thomas Bauer. Okay, I know you are ready to do your presentation, but before we have your presentation, I would like to inform that on the first round, I will give you 30 minutes each so that you can have your own presentation that you have prepared. And after that, we will have open discussion. I have a field of questions to ask you, and I would like to hear your opinions and your points of views. And after that, I will open the floor to all of you so that you can give your ideas and also have questions until 2:30 p.m. So, okay, I know you are ready. So, Dr. Alice, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Alice, coming from Hong Kong. Today, I would like to share with you my understanding about MIL. So, I'm going to talk about a few things. What is MIL? Why do we need MIL? And its relationship with other literacy concepts, the components of MIL, and the challenges and debates, regarding MIL. And then, what is MIL? In fact, it is a compound concept. It has three parts: media literacy, information literacy, and ICT skills. Sometimes people will like not to use ICT skills, but digital literacy, more or less the same. For media literacy, as you know, it is teach particularly young people how to critically engage with mass media messages. So it mainly focuses on media messages. But for information literacy, it is not mainly focused on media messages. It is focused on information in general. So, and very often it is in the area of library science. And for information literacy, it is a set of abilities requiring individuals to recognize when information is needed and have the ability to access, evaluate, and use information from a variety of sources. For ICT skills, it is information and communication technology skills. So MIL is the ability to access, evaluate, understand, use, create media information in various forms in a critical and effective way. So a media information literate person should be able to handle information and messages from all the sources, including the mass media, the internet, social media, library, museums, databases, archives, all platforms. And the components of MIL have three. One is access. The other one is evaluation and understanding. The third one is use and create. I will explain in details later. But right now, I would like to explain a little bit why do we need MIL. And it involves three major trends. The first one is communication revolution. And this morning, we talk about this. And as we know, starting from the 1990s, media technology integrates with computer technology, and we move into the Web 1.0 age. And so we have the websites, we have the online media, so-called the online newspapers. And quickly, we move to the Web 2.0 age, and right now, we are in the Web 2.0 age. And we have all those citizen journalism sites, blogs, social media, social networking sites, Facebook, and so on, Twitter. And in Hong Kong, we predict that next year we are going to march into the Web 3.0 age. And that is an age of mobile era. and with wide application of artificial intelligence. And of course, just in a few years, we will be moving to the age of big data, Internet of Things, robots, virtual avatars, and so on and so forth. So we can see people in the world, including you and me, are living in an ICT-based network society. We are network individuals, every one of us. And actually, we live a media life. And all these new technological developments pose a lot of challenges on us, including all this. And this morning, we have a long discussion about this. I'm not going into details. So we have to constantly master the ICT skills and how to handle the influences of digital media and social media, and how to deconstruct the huge amount of information from different channels, which information is true and which information is false, and how to constructively use the communication power, particularly our young people. In the past, they don't have the communication power, but right now they have. Do they really properly use it? And of course, we also have the security issues, digital divide. And in addition, the line between media and information is blurred. For example, Google. Is Google a media organization or it is an information organization? It is hard to tell. So we think media literacy or information literacy alone is not good enough to equip people to deal with the new age, because all those information are just so huge and so complex. And so that's why people need the media information literacy training to maintain critical and reflexive autonomy. We do not want to manipulate by the media messages on the information. And at the same time, we also want to use information to have some constructive, to do some constructive work. And the second world trend is the transition to knowledge society. The world is now moving from industrial society to knowledge society, and most of the world population will be knowledge workers, and information will be the means of production. And in 2005, UNESCO published a document called Towards Knowledge Society, and in this document, it highlights the important role of knowledge in building a more capable communities. So since the reception, production, and transmission of information knowledge are essential in social and economic sectors, we really need competent knowledge workers. So cultivating a media information literate population becomes essential for the development of a society. So just think, in a society, if most of its members cannot handle information, will it be an advanced society? Definitely no, right? So, but training MIL is not just for cultivation, the development of human resources, because it is more important to build our desirable knowledge society. For UNESCO, its views about knowledge society is equitable, pluralistic, inclusive, and participatory. And this ideal is based on 4 major principles: equal access to quality education for all, universal access to information, cultural and linguistic diversity, freedom of expression. So it is expected that citizens in knowledge society can access, create, use, share information with the aim to achieve their full potential in promoting their sustainable development and improving their quality of life. So media and information literacy are vital for engaging people in the democratic process. So, and in addition, MIL also help us to overcome the digital use divide. We always talk about digital divide in the past, but in fact, in the past 2 decades, more and more people can have physical access to the internet. So I won't say digital divide is not a problem, but the more important problem is digital use divide. They have the access, they have the iPhone, they have the iPad, but many people do not know how to fully utilize the information, how to fully use the information for problem solving and other things. So MIL training definitely can help. And the third world trend is the changing learning mode. Long time ago in an agricultural society, people learn from their parents and community leaders. And in industrial society, people learn in schools. Most of us did, right? But in our society, it's no longer book learning. We have distant learning, and we learn through network communication technologies. And we need lifelong learning. This is a primary school in Sweden, just opened, 3 or 4 years ago. So, a school without classrooms. So actually, right now, we have 2 knowledge systems. One is school, and the other is the mass media and other information platforms. So it is very important for MIL, because young people really need MIL training so that they can learn inside school as well as outside school. And according to Ben Williamson, the future schooling will be a network-based distributed system of learning. It is no longer like us, have classroom, have a fixed, textbooks and this or that. And so MIL is really essential for lifelong learning. So, well, for this reason, that's why we think MIL training is necessary. It is a life skills, in the 21st century. Oh yes, MIL is important, but how about, its relationship with other literacy concepts? As we know, as technology advances, the concept of literacy change. So, in the print age, newspaper age, and we have traditional literacy, reading and writing. And then when we move into the television age, then we have visual literacy, media literacy, and information literacy. And now we are moving in the internet age. And so we can see there are a lot of new literacy concepts popping up. And some of them are standalone literacy concepts, and some of them, and the others are compound literacy concepts. These are the standalone literacy concepts. As you know, computer literacy is due with computer skills, and mobile literacy due with focus on, how to use the mobile devices. And here I just want to, because of time limit, I just want to talk about the difference between ICT literacy and digital literacy, because many people just use them interchangeably. Digital literacy is a very good concept, and it was put forward by Gilster in 1997. It is the ability to understand and use information in multiple formats from a wide range of sources when it is presented by computers. So digital literacy is mainly dealing with digital media, internet, iPad, iPhone, social media. But ICT skills or ICT literacy is a little bit different. It has a broader scope. It is not, apart from dealing with new media, it also deals with the traditional media, such as using radio to do production. So it covers both traditional media as well as the new media. And, well, we also have a lot of compound literacy concepts, such as multiliteracies, trans-literacies, meta-literacy, and so on. In fact, they are very similar. They encourage people to learn how to use multimedia platform to express themselves, to solve problems, to build products, So use audio visuals, use radio, use film, use TV, use internet, and all those new media as well. And here I would like to make a distinction between digital and media literacy with, MIL. Digital and media literacy are also a very popular concept nowadays, and I'm sure you heard about this. And in fact, it is has two components, I think. It is a media literacy plus digital literacy. Because media literacy in the past 3 decades, we deal with the mass media. How to deconstruct the television, messages and film, how to do film analysis, news analysis. But because we move into the digital age, so it is good, for media literacy to add in the digital elements. But for MIL, I think it is richer in concept because MIL is not only have media literacy and digital literacy, it also has information literacy. So it is richer in concepts. And then there is a new concept coming up. It's called the 21st century competence. And it is an extension of MIL, media information literacy. And as you can see, the media information literacy and learning skill is the purple color. In purple color, that is regarded as the practical competency. And in fact, in future, we need our knowledge workers. In fact, need more. Also, the conceptual competency as well as the human competency. And in fact, this is the UNESCO commissioned me to do this research. Because he said, right now we have MIL. How about 20 and 30 years later? What should we have? We have to step forward and look forward. So that's why I put forward this concept. But it is a more complex concept. And I think right now, MIL is good enough. And we should do MIL first before we move forward. And let's go back to MIL. I just mentioned that MIL has 3 components. The first component is about access and retrieval of media information. Of course, access is very important. In the new age, our young people should have all those information search skills, not only from television or internet, but all sources, including museum, archive, databases. Okay? And personally, I would like to add one more item to this component. That is attention management. Attention management is how the young people should keep track of the goal of going online, and also have a mindful use of the social media. And the second component is evaluation and understanding of media information. We should recognize the impacts of the media information on individual and society, and also understand the format, institution, and audiences of media information. And evaluation and verification is the most important element of MIL. This morning we just, our speakers talk about critical thinking. Yeah, so that is very important to apply critical thinking. And so also organization of sentences is very important because we are now in an information overload age. And so how to synthesize, organize information becomes also very important. And the third item is to use and create media information. And how to communicate in a very efficient way and ethical way, that is important. And also, MIL put emphasis on how to use information in order to build products, to solve problems. Now, that is very important, particularly in our society. And the last item is monitoring and influence. A media and information literate person should be able to monitor the media organizations as well as the technology companies Because the technology companies right now become bigger and bigger, and they are very manipulative. Think about Google, Facebook, and Apple. Okay, they are now moving into the news industry as well. Okay, and all the newspaper organizations become just content provider under, their service. Okay, so last part I will just mention about some challenges and debates. And there's some controversy, about MIL. It's about the relationship between media literacy and information literacy. Because MIL is the integration of the two fields. And so it needs the cooperation of these two fields. But according to my research, we can see the top authors in information literacy and media literacy are basically two different groups of people. And also, when we see the top journal publishing articles in information literacy and media literacy, they also are different journals. Okay, so that means the scholars in the information literacy area and the media literacy area, they don't know each other very well. Okay, so but I think, if you really want to media information literacy as an organic integrated concept, and I think the two groups should work together. And so in future, they should exchange more, know each other better. And the other issue I want to mention is about the MIL assessment framework. And this is the document coming out just 2 years ago. It's called Global Media and Information Literacy Assessment Framework, Country Readiness and Competence. This is put forward by UNESCO, and I am one of the contributors. I work together with UNESCO with a group of international team members. And why we have UNESCO to want to have the media information literacy indicators is a kind of index. So this is used as a yardstick for member states to measure MIL at national and individual level, and to monitor the extent to which their citizens are able to participate in our societies. For example, in Hong Kong, if Hong Kong's MIL score is very low, and that it can urge the Hong Kong government to put more resources on MIL training. Yeah. So there is a challenge, because every society in Thailand, in Hong Kong, in Malaysia, in India, we have different media environments. How can we tailor-make this assessment framework, to do, very accurate, measurement? That is a challenge, and we are trying to work on that. And the last one, personally, I really hope that media information literacy can get into the school curriculum, so that everybody, can learn, can receive this kind of training. But as we should say, that is curriculum politics. Something in, that means something out, So it is not easy, but still, I think it's worth doing. And I think in these 2 days, we will talk more about that. Okay, as a conclusion, I would like to introduce, the work of Raymond Williams. He is a cultural studies scholar. I like his work very much. Particularly, this book is called The Long Revolution. In this book, he mentioned about democratic revolution. All the human society will keep on, conducting these revolutions: the democratic revolution, the industrial revolution, and the cultural revolution. Cultural revolution refers to education and literacy training, and MIL exactly is cultural revolution. And I personally is very interested in promoting MIL, and because I share UNESCO's idea of education for all and information for all. And I do hope, we can work together to build a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented knowledge society where everyone can create, access, utilize, and share information and knowledge. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for your comprehensive presentation, and especially from the overview from UNESCO. Next, we will have Professor Bauer to have presentation about 30 minutes, and after that we will have question from the floor and also the discussion. Okay, now the floor is yours, Professor Bauer.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues and dear friends, Savadi Kap, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation for this presentation. Allow me to sit here, because then I have you in front of me, so as I'm used to that. I'm very happy to be here, and I have to congratulate first all the organizers for this Congress. It's a huge thing you are doing here, a huge step. Also that you try to internationalize this subject, which is very interesting and very important. And just hearing Alice Lee, I think it's really interesting that to hear that not also in Europe, but we always think we have everything. It's nice to hear that in Hong Kong is going on a lot of research and theorizing on media literacy. And what I can do is to complete it, as we have a somehow academic session now, to bring another view of it, also in the tradition of already mentioned cultural studies, because we are not talking about just structures. And media literacy is nothing which is a literacy in relation to structures. Of course, you use media, but since we use media, the use of media is the media, not the apparatus or the structure, whatever. Because we are thinking in let me say, in metaphors. It starts already with the term of society. When we talk about society, there is no society anywhere. We have an imagination. It's a practical fiction we need in order to understand what's going on. So you see, on the floor of science, society is not an object. It is a concept with which we observe what's going on in social life. Communication is not an object we observe in front of us. Communication is a concept by which we understand the society, by which we understand the community, by which we understand our own life and whatever we do. So if communication is a concept, and if the words of in terms of society or communication or culture, they are somehow imaginations or metaphors of description. So that means when we talk about society, when we talk about communication, or we talk about culture, we do not talk about anything which is out of us. We talk about how we think about something, how we think about our social meaning, our social life, and whatever. So this is, on the one hand, the difficulties of social science. We are not observing an object. We are observing with a concept what we can observe. So that means if we do society, we do observation of observation, because in everyday life, when we talk, we are now communicating, or we are a society, or we are a group, then we're just expressing what we observe. So when we observe our observation, and we know what we observe is observation, we can say any observation can be different and can be another one. And this is the chance of a diversity of society, the chance of diversity of culture, the chance of diversity of religion, whatever. Thanks God we have different religions. Thanks God we have different cultures. Thanks God we have different languages, because all of those are just something to try to understand what it means that we are what we are, and what it means that we do what we do. And this is, again, with media literacy. It's not just a curriculum like in geography or mathematics or whatever. It's a way to try to make more understandable to ourselves what it means that we are as we are, and what we do as we do it. So I think when we talk about communication like this, maybe we need more, let's say, a philosophical or a hermeneutical approach to what we are talking about, and not just a technical one. Of course, technical structures are important, and they are somehow the objection of what we do. But when we talk about that, we should know that we do not talk about, for example, the media. If the media is that we use it, that means a radio is a radio if I know or I can suppose or I do, I use it. A newspaper is a newspaper because I use it. If nobody would read it, nobody would call a paper a newspaper. So that means we have a concept of that, and that's why I think we should try to shift, and you have already mentioned that we should shift more from a structural theoretical observation to a cultural theoretical observation, talking more about what it means. Then in this frame, what it means to use media as a means of communication or as a reference of communication, then it makes sense also to talk about what does it mean if we improve how we use the media. What does it mean if we talk about media literacy? So this is what I want you to introduce a little bit in order. I don't want to make it too theoretical or too academic. I was controlled by Noom not to go too far in theory. But if we say this morning, we heard it this morning and now, if the critical thinking towards the media is something we need to develop in media literacy, then we must start with ourselves, to think critical with ourselves. How are we thinking and how are we talking about what we talk? So this is that's why we come together as well. I try to give you some ideas for that. It does not go? Sorry, I was wrong. When we talk about society, we know we cannot talk about society not to talk about communication, not to talk about culture, and not to talk about organization, because nothing is a concept for itself. Society is what its communication is like. Communication is how we do our society, how we organize our society, and what the society with which we live means to us. So communication and society and culture and organization are somehow in an interdependent relation. They need each other to get clear, to become clear of. When we talk about media, we have somehow the idea of classical media, traditional media, mainstream media, and we have what we call social media, which is maybe not the best word for that because it's, let's say better, it's network media, while the classical media are more the distributive media. But when we say we are living in a media society, and this was already said, then it means we are living in a society where communication follows a mode of media. It's not anymore an intuitive interpersonal communication. We think in media communication, we think in media structures when we think about the society, because what we know from society is through media. We know through media what society is and what is going on. So our context of living and our cultural context of living and our social context of living is very much depending from the quality of media and from the structure of media and from the use of media. But we know and we see that the so-called social media more and more overlap all the other media structures and define more and more the social context of life and the cultural context of life. So that means our relationship gets another meaning in the mode of social media than the relationship we had in the mode of mainstream media, of classical media. For example, our relation to the politicians, our relations to whomever. So that means there's the social change we are observing is by far a so-called media change. Sorry. The social change is by far a media change. That means what is changing in social relation is that we use the media in another way than we are used to use them, and as we did. So there's a big difference we can find out between the mainstream media, classical media, and the social media. The mainstream media followed more a hierarchical understanding of a social communication order, while the social media follow more a heterarchical, horizontal understanding of communication. What means, as we already said, that we think there should be equality, there should be access for anybody, there is no criteria to exclude someone, whatever. So this, as you see, those are all somehow desiderates or imaginations of how we could develop our society and how we could understand our society. So again, it's clear then what we call the social change is not something that happens in front to us and we have to react. The social changes as we think, as we change our thinking, and as we try to change our imaginations of society and of communication and of culture. Again, social change and media change and cultural change is a concept and not that some object that is happening and we have to react by education or by politics or whatever. So if we would understand it like that, that we could we react to something which is happening out of ourselves, we would, and we can prognostic to prognostics, we will come to an end. It will not work, you know, because we are always working with ourselves. So that's why it's important that we need somehow a theoretical platform in order not to be captured by our everyday thinking, because our everyday thinking, of course, is very practical, and we have to think practical. But as the communication practice is just one of the possibilities to do it, so then we have to think on the next level. Why are we doing as we do it? So that means communication science is not something that says again what communication is or should be. Communication science is to think about why we think about communication as we do, why we think about society as we do, why we think about culture or religion as we do. Because behind this thinking always is a contingency. That means we can think in another way as we do, even if it is not yet necessary. But this is the liberty and the freedom of at least of science to think beyond the objective structures. Going on, I would like also to understand in relation to media literacy that we are not only talking about media, we are talking about the media of a society or the society of a media. So that means maybe we should think more in a cultural understanding of media, which would be mediality, the mediality of communication, the mediality of the society, the mediality of culture, the mediality of education, and what on. That means nothing which we observe is out of any semantic structure, any media structure. And what this says that we maybe think wrong when we say media is something in between of a producer and the consumer. I think we have done a big mistake in communication science to overtake this practical understanding of producing media and consuming media onto the level of science, because we just took this industrial understanding of communication and those industrial understanding of doing the media on the level of the science, and we should change this. That means we should change from a structural understanding of science to a cultural understanding of science, because then we talk more about why do we think about the things as we think. Because all things, communication or politics or media, they do not have their order by themselves. The things get the order as we think about it. Politics has the order as we think about politics. Culture has the order as we think about it. Religion has the order as we think about it. So it's always what we have to reflect is how we think about those connections and those terms. And what I want you to show now is that we are somehow in an integrative discourse world. We have different, we can sort out different discourses: media discourse, community discourse, social media discourse, and the everyday discourse. And this together makes somehow the building, the construction, a pyramid, the construction of reality. If communication is the construction of reality, then we should be happy that we have different accesses to the construction of reality. Because if you think communication should be the way that everyone thinks in the same way, then we would kill any communication. Communication lives. We have a concept of embracing a community when we say communication. We forgot maybe one thing. The most important resource of communication is difference. Thanks God you think otherwise than me, because of that you are my most important partner. I need you because I do not see what you see. I need you because you know what I do not know. If you would know all the same, or if you would say the best society is everyone should have the same, so maybe then we would have new problems. We are living not anymore, even not in Asian countries and Asian culture. We are not living anymore just in an embracing family society. Maybe in Asia more than in Europe, but even here it's changing because of the media relation and media society. We are living in a next to next society. As we say, anyone should have the same access. Anyone should have. That means you and you and you and me, we are all in the same situation, and we look all in the same direction, and we are desiring all the same. If it is like this, if we think like that, we have quite another understanding of society. It's a next to next society, as Charles Taylor says, not anymore an embracing society, but in a next to next society, you see, the communication must be quite another one than in a family society or in a hierarchical society. So, if this is changing as I try to describe it, then maybe we should overthink our hierarchical understanding of communication, in media communication, our hierarchical understanding of education and whatever. So that means if you really say communication is the resource of constructing the reality, and we find out that communication is something by which we define what is still undefined and undetermined. So then it could be the destination of human being to be undefined, and we need communication in order to define and to say and to find out what we are and what we do and what it means what we are and what we do. So then communication is not just a means. Communication is the resource of being human. And exactly there is the intention of media literacy, going far on, saying media literacy is not just something which helps us to compensate our weaknesses. Media or communication literacy or media literacy has to be rebounded and reflected to a communication competence, as you already said before. But communication competence, I'm not sure if I come there to explain it analytically, but let me say that you see this cross. Our understanding of society is somehow the human being is to be described by his sociability. He's able to be social, and he has no other chance than to understand himself as social. So to talk about this society is always because we have an idea of a society, and when we talk about the reality of society, we talk about the reality in relation to the idea of society. And when we talk about the idea of society, where could we change, in which direction could we change the society, we are talking about, of course, what are we doing, what is the reality. And we, in order to know where we should intervene in this vertical line, more to the idea or more to the reality, we need a horizontal communication structure, which could be science as a communication in between of theory and practice. And as idea and reality need each other to be explained, theory and practice as well need each other to be explained. We need the practice in order to observe, to find out the structure sorry, the structure of practice in order to abstract the characters and to find out the theory. And with the theory we can then criticize or critically observe the practice. In between of that, we have different approaches of science, normative or critical or empirical or pragmatic. And when we say that, then we see we have mostly a very practical approach to communication and to the relationship between communication and society and culture. Even in our academic science, mostly we try to develop curricula in relation to how to do the job of a journalist, how to do, and so on. We did not think about, in communication, we did not really think about the audience and understanding that the communication is done in the field of the audience, in the field of the users, not only. But we have a very action-oriented concept of communication. We say, if I speak loud, you hear me better. If I speak in order, you understand this is an order to you. If I speak nice to you, you understand I love you, whatever. So we have an action-oriented communication model and not an observation-oriented one. Sitting here, you observe me, I observe you. This is the communication, not what I'm saying via this media microphone. So behind the action, we have a concept of observation, and maybe we should use much more this observation model as a theoretical model to understand communication, because then we understand the media literacy concept in another way than we do. It's not, again, just to make you more powerful, to make you more influential, to make you more. It's another thing. It's more to find out what is your, as already said, what is your autonomy, what is your personal access to the society. How are you using the media? What is your personal critical view in using the media? So if communication by itself is a model of reasonability, how we do our society, then media literacy is a model of responsibility, how we use the media in order to communicate and to find a way of understanding each other in the way as we want to be understood ourselves. That's the, let me say, more philosophical background to that. Sorry, yeah. So media literacy is a quality concept. A quality concept saying communication is, or media quality is not only done by well-educated journalists, enhancing their power and their influence, but is more understanding the competence of the audience. But I'm pressed to make it short. One comment which I would like to make is because you were talking about this. When we talk about media literacy as a concept we have to learn, or by which we learn to get connected to the society and to participate in the society, maybe we should also, if we are already in a shift of paradigm, and if you already see that the ontology of communication and of society is changing by media change, maybe we should also change the paradigm of education from individual to societal. We need much more societal learning than individual, because the individual learning is in this generation vertical concept. We have the knowledge and we give it to you because we feel responsible. So this is a more vertical, more hierarchical thinking. If we really try to understand the shift of paradigm, also to understand in education and learning, and it's not only the question of that learning will be digitalized. This is one way, of course. But if it is like that, then we have to shift from the individual learning concept to a societal learning concept. It means we have really changed the schools or whatever systems we have, because they are too narrow-minded, too narrow-structured in order to get along with the complexity of the society. So far, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Bauer, for your presentation. Very theoretical and very insightful. Actually, I have some questions to ask, but since we are running out of time, I would like to open the floor to the audiences. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask first, and then I will ask a few questions if the time allows. Okay. Any question? You can raise your hand, and then the microphone is yours. Okay, so please raise your hand. Okay. Could you please introduce yourself as well?
Hello. Again, I'm from India. We have a problem, and I also feel, and every country should think about it, that media literacy should be away from politics of that country. It's very essential. And also there are problems of languages and translation, because many in our countries about 18 languages are nationally recognized, but there are more than 3,000 small languages. So that is a language problem, and also the translation. And the media should, as you said, and it's written here, that should respect media literacy, and those who are responsible for promoting it or producing the infrastructure, they should respect the social and cultural values of the country. I would like to give one example of India. Recently, in our country, in India, cow is considered as holy animal, you know, and then many people eat beef in India because it's multicultural and multi-religion society in India. So this political party, you know, one political party, it propaganda to gain the votes said, in my state, I will ban the beef to get the vote of the consumers. Then another political party propaganda it, there is a beef party, you know. So it's like that, they are fighting among themselves, and poor consumer, they are dying. When people died, and there was a lot of civil war in our country very recently, just last month. So we should be very careful for a country to respect the value, cultural, religious value of the traditional values of the country. And of course, you said media monitoring is there, but they have to be very strong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I think the point is the interconnection between MIL and politics and cultures and religions. Actually, I also have the same point of view. I would like to ask Alice because recently we saw, I personally observed the political movement in Hong Kong just had a recent umbrella revolution. And to my observation, the very active people who propel, who motivate the movement are young people. And I think media literacy, especially you mentioned about digital literacy, is very related to young people. Do you think that young people in Hong Kong are media literated and is also connected to the political movement as well? And also in Europe, because we just had Paris attack recently, how about hate speech and refugee problem in Europe? Is that related to MIL? Okay, so questions to both of you.
Well, for MIL, I think it is not limited. The MIL skill, all the young people right now, they have very high MIL skills, I would like to tell you. And it is not just a phenomenon in Hong Kong, it is around the world. And as personally, I also conduct research in social movement. And as you can see, the social movement around the world in 2040, most of them participate, by young people. And there's an article, in New York Times, written by Freeman, is talking about the square people. The people, protest in squares. Different kinds of square in Taiwan, into the Sunflower movement, in Hong Kong is Umbrella movement, and also in Egypt, in other Middle East countries, okay? So the young people are major participants in these demonstrations, and sometimes they also initiate, the demonstrations. And why they can, do it? Because they have hard MIL skills. In Hong Kong, it's the same. Yeah, so they know how to access information. Because why the young people is really interested in participating in demonstrations. In the past, we think young people are apolitical, but actually they're not. They have very strong sense of social justice because through the internet, they can see the world. They can see a lot of injustice. So that's why, they're willing to stand forward, in Egypt, in Taiwan, in other places. And the other thing is, now they have the communication power. They can use the internet to mobilize their peers to come out. In the past, they cannot do it. Right now, they can do it. They use Facebook. They use WhatsApp. They use, Telegram, Instagram, to connect each other. Okay, so that's why MIL is very important, for them. But of course, it is very difficult to say it is constructive or destructive. It depends on case from case, okay, country to country. But, all these young people, they are learning by doing. And actually, they're really good at it, okay? And so, as educators, as parents, as teachers, I think it's really nice for us to talk with them, communicate with them, how to use their communication power, in a more constructive way. And that is what we try to do, in Hong Kong.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I think we should learn to understand politics and other structures like that in a contextual way. Politics is not something which is done by authority. Politics is as we react as well, or as we act as well. And when we say politics is somehow the public way, or the way how we behave to each other in public, so then we should understand we should do the politics. That means that we should we should have the sovereignty of communication and of use of media, and this is what media literacy means. We should, as it stands here, we should develop a media habit for our society. And the media habit means we know we are related to anyone else, even if he's next to me. We are related by the use of media to each other. Otherwise, we would not be. So that's what we have to learn. So that means the character of a media society and of media relation is attention, is presence, is visibility, and we know who is not get attended, who is not visible, who is not present, who does not live, it does not exist. So social life means to participate in what is going on, to be there. But you cannot be anywhere, and that is what I call the model of responsibility. We have to learn to select what is important and what is not important. Not everything what is going on Facebook is important for me, but something of that. So we should know, that's why we should know what it means, what we do, in order to have a mindful and a meaningful behave in relation to media. And this is, as I tried to say it here, of course you have to be able to do it. We need for media literacy is described once as an ability, skills of course, but also it's a motivation. We should have the motivation to be part of politics. And you know, this is quite another thing we have to learn. And of course it's also responsibility. And all this is not something you can learn by your brains. This is as you learn to become a member in the society by the challenge of the society. So all in all, we have. I think we should see that the media does not change. Coming back to your question as well, the media. In the globalized context, are changing not only the countries and not only the borders of the countries. They change the identity. The identity which is a model for us, is not anymore, let me say, just the Indian identity or Afghanistan or Thailand. It's a media identity as well. That means the media are somehow the reference how we understand ourselves, because we understand ourselves as we are related. And our relation is through media, another one than it was without any media. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thanks for your questions and answer as well. So the microphone, please. Could you please raise up your hand so that our staff can see you? Can you raise up your hand again?
Okay, thank you. My name is Nina. Come from Jakarta Consumer Institute, Indonesia. I want to my question to Professor Thomas. The two competencies of social competence of habitus concept in your slide is ability and capacity. Ability, I think, is like a soft skill. So my question is how to intervention to lower ability and lower capacity in for the person. Okay, and the second to to Dr. Alice B. So, what indicator to divided information literacy and media literacy for top authors and top journal publisher article? So, how you to divided to indicator that evaluate?
Thank you very much for your question. I would like to answer. What you're talking about is maybe we have to make a differentiation between a so-called restricted code of media, use of media, and an elaborated one. We have talked about the necessity giving access to anybody, but it's not just access. If you access, you have to know how to use it. Yeah? And the same is, as you understand language as a media, we can take this model and can say a restricted language is you do not come too far. By an elaborate one, you come farther. That means if you have what Noam Chomsky calls the generative grammar. Means if you know the grammar, you can use the language and you can make sentence you never have done before. And the same is for the cultural grammar. That means if you have a habit, if you are educated in your habit and you know the grammar of social behavior, you can resolve communication situations you never have resolved before, even if they are so difficult, because you have something what Bourdieu would call a capital, a social capital. That means in the cultural capital, you know how to take yourself as a resource in different situations. So, and with this concept, we could also explain what media literacy means. It's not just the technical use. It's more to understand the technical as a use for the culture, as a use for the culture of understanding, which of course is much more difficult in a society which is diverse, or we understand diverse. That's why I said, by learning the techniques of media and of communication, we also have to learn the meaning of communication, saying, when we use the media, let me follow this thought, when we use the media just for having the same effect as you and me and anyone else, maybe it's nothing, but use in different cultural sense, yeah, and saying, we are neighbors because we are different, otherwise we would be the same. Then we see it's a treasure to be a neighbor because of difference. And then borders are not borders, they make separate. Then they are lines of bridging lines, lines of giving connectivity to difference. And this is what communication is like, or what media literacy could be to learn.
Okay, for the second question, I'm not sure if I get you right or not. Did you ask about the indicators of MIL? Is that what did you ask? Can you microphone please? So if I'm not wrong, you asked about the indicator of MIL, right?
In slide the title of top journal publishing article in information literature and media literacy. So how you to divide two indicator, one of information literacy and one of media literacy, to rank indicator. What is indicator?
What is the indicator between?
Yes. To evaluate, but this journal is information literacy or media literacy.
Which journal? Sorry.
Is it?
UNESCO? Oh, the blue one, right?
Oh, the blue one, the assessment framework. All the the MIR indicators. Yeah, all the assess. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this one.
That one.
Okay.
Also, that is called assessment framework. Because the assessment framework are divided into two parts. There's tier 1 and tier 2. Tier 1 is to see the country readiness. For example, in Thailand, or they will research about whether it is broadband penetration, and also the telecommunication development, the infrastructure, how many newspapers, how many television stations. So that is country readiness. And the second one is the media information indicators. The indicators is like a kind of index. Now, as I show three tables about the three components of MIL: the access, the evaluation, and also the user creation. So, and all those, those components, they can end up to some kind of scores, index. So that becomes an indicators. So that is a kind of scores. Then, from UNESCO's point of view, they hope that every country can do this, so that you can have a self-assessment, or 10 years ago your MIR is low, but maybe 5 years later your MIR is higher. That is one on the one hand, they hope each individual countries can do that. And on the other hand, he also wants to have a kind of a cross-country comparison. So comparing about Thailand and Hong Kong, Singapore and US, but it is very difficult, I just mentioned about the challenge, because different country has a different, media environment. Yeah, so that part is difficult. But for individual countries, I think it is worth doing. So now we can do a kind of survey analysis, to see the MIL scores of this year or next year or 10 years later.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm afraid that we can have the last question. Okay, we can take only the last one. Okay, the lady.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to know, I'm scared of things, when we talk about the child labor world over, how the media is affected with the children. See, we see the children in the advertisements, maybe Dettol, Complan, Milk, or maybe Pampers. How to control that? Because no matter we are using the age groups of, say, from about 1-year-old child to about the age of 12 or 15. So why we are doing that? Why the media and the advertisement industry is not taking care of the same, when we talk about the child labor at the one hand. So I just want to know about it.
Thank you.
That's an interesting but also a very difficult question, because what we call the social reality, and we think children should get along with the social reality, it's nothing else than the media reality. So the media reality is the social reality. We shouldn't take it apart, the one and the other. So if children use the media, they try to understand their environment. And it's a question of developing their intelligence to get accommodated to the social, natural, especially symbolic and cultural and symbolic environment. And on the other hand, to get assimilated so far that they can change the environment by their own action, by their own observation. So this is what Jean Piaget calls the intelligence, the balance between accommodation and assimilation. Accommodate to the society and to the social environment, but also change it as you use it for yourself. This is how to get an intelligent concept. And we should not take this away from children, saying, don't see that because it's not good for you, so maybe they won't learn. But I understand, of course, that the media are not only done in the sense and in the interest of communication, they're done in the interest of money, of power, of influence, and whatever. So that's why we have to educate the children as soon as possible, to have a selective approach to that, to know what's for what they use it, and when they use it, and why they use it, and what they're going to do with that. So they need a social environment by their families or by their peer groups or whatever, in order to have the possibility to talk about, to think about, to exchange about it. So this is very important. Not to leave them just to the television or to the social media, whatever, but giving them also an idea how to use them in order to get respect for themselves, what they want to be, what they want to become, or whatever the everyday life means to them. So, of course, we are going more and more in a very complex reality, and the complexity is determined by many interests coming from outside and not from the world of living, from the connectivity of living. So that is what also means literacy, to be able to have a selective behave in using what's around, what is around you. I mean, in social, in symbolic, and in cultural environment.
Yeah, thank you. And Alice?
I think in Hong Kong we would like to conduct family media education. So we encourage, the parents, exercise family media education. Of course, we have to talk to the parents. We have to prepare the parents so that they can work together with their children. Because news, particular news, is very violent. Because for entertainment program, the kids are very smart. They know it is not true. But for news, it is true. So the terrorists cut people's head, and that is true, and that is very violent. And so for parents, when you watch TV, when you read news, in family, and so in family setting, you have to intervene, immediately, and you have to discuss, to talk with your, children. And so I think family media education can help a little bit.
It's not that family education, of course, it is there since the things are coming up these days. What I was concerned was why children in the advertisement industry? The simple question. Why children in the advertisement industry? When we talk about the child labor world over, then they are not children? Why the special treatment in the advertisement industry? That's that hurts me.
That is not MIL.
When we are talking about MIL here, then we should be concerned. Everybody should be concerned about it.
Yes, we should concern about this, but I think the government have to do things about that. Not the educators.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, so that's the last question, I think. Okay, I guess that's the last question. Could you please introduce yourself as well?
ชนเผ่าพื้นเมืองนะครับชื่อเกรียงไกรนะครับจากประเทศไทย
please or I can do translation for you. Okay.
เรากำลังต้องกังวลอีกเรื่องหนึ่งก็คือว่าสิ่งที่การสื่อสารและก็เทคโนโลยีที่มันไปไกลเนี่ยแต่มันยังมีกลุ่มคนที่ยังแม้แต่สิทธิขั้นพื้นฐานยังไม่ได้นะครับสิ่งที่อยากจะบอกก็คือว่าที่ MIL กระบวนการนี้กำลังถูกเกิดขึ้นถูกพูดถึงถูกยูเนสโกนะครับพยายามจะเป็นนำเสนอเป็นทางเลือกอะไรใดก็แล้วแต่เนี่ยแต่เราอยากจะให้กลุ่มคนที่เกี่ยวข้องไม่ว่าจะเป็นฝ่ายการเมืองหรือว่าอะไรนะครับผู้รับผิดชอบผู้คนควบคุมคนดูแลหรือว่ากลุ่มผู้บริโภคเองซึ่งชนเผ่าพื้นเมืองก็เป็นผู้บริโภคฐานล่างๆซึ่งเราจะได้รับเนี่ยประโยชน์จากการบริโภคนั้นน้อยอยู่แล้วนะครับนั่นไม่ต้องพูดถึงการเท่าทันเพราะว่าสิ่งที่น้อยไปเนี่ยมันมีการสื่อสารลักษณะทำให้เราเนี่ยต่ำแล้วก็ทำให้เราเนี่ยเป็นเขาเรียกว่าเป็นขอบของสังคมการสื่อสารลักษณะนี้ยังมีไม่มั่นใจว่า MIL เนี่ยมีกลไกอะไรที่จะทำให้กระบวนการเท่าทันสื่อหรือว่าการรับรู้สื่อการได้ประโยชน์จากสื่อที่มีคุณภาพเนี่ยไปถึงพี่น้องเราแน่นอนนะครับชนเผ่าพื้นเมืองก็เป็นครอบครัวหนึ่งชายขอบมีพื้นที่มีแผ่นดินซึ่งยังถูกละเมิดสิทธิขั้นพื้นฐานและที่สำคัญก็คือยังมีเด็กที่อยู่กับกลุ่มครอบครัวตรงนี้อีกมากมายเลยนะครับเทคโนโลยีจะไปไกลอย่างไรเนี่ยแต่กลุ่มพวกนี้ยังอยู่ทั่วโลกก็ยังมีอีกเยอะเนี่ยเป็นสิ่งที่เรากังวลว่าตอนนี้นโยบายไม่ว่าจะเป็น MIL หรือว่าแต่ละประเทศเนี่ยกำลังคิดกับเรื่องนี้อย่างไรเพราะสิ่งที่เรารู้ก็คือว่าสื่อสารทุกวันนี้มีทุนเป็นกลไกควบคุมหลักมีการเมืองนะครับเป็นคนจัดการหลักแล้วก็มีองค์ประกอบของผลประโยชน์มหาศาลที่ครอบไว้แล้วก็ไม่เห็นทางว่าจะไปถึงพวกเราได้อย่างมีคุณภาพนะครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณมากครับ Okay, I will try to summarize what he mentioned. He's a representative from indigenous group in Thailand, and he said that talking about MIL, but if you look at the situation of indigenous people in Thailand or every corners of the world, they are marginalized, and they cannot really be reached by even the basic rights. And we talk about media, it has been propelled and motivated by interests from capitalism and political interests. How can MIL benefit those marginalized people, especially indigenous people? What do you think? Okay.
So first of all, I think we have to to take care of the media representation issue. Yeah, because I think for if we have MIL, now we can point out that the media representation is biased. Yeah. So about media and information literacy training, we don't know about that. So we hope that through the training, every young people know that it is not the correct way, to portray, the indigenous people in this way. Yeah. So we mentioned about, media representation should be, we should live in an inclusive knowledge society, okay, and also an equal participatory society. So I think in this regard, MIL can help. And also, I think many NGOs, may have some workshops, conducted for how to train the indigenous people, to use the new media or digital media, such as use the mobile phone, to express themselves. In Hong Kong, we have the Radio Television Hong Kong, that is government's television station, and they have a program. They help the minority people to produce video, to talk about themselves, to express themselves. So I think that is the way, and also a broadcast, on public television stations. And I think that is a way, can help a little bit as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. I think it's a very, very interesting one. I would like to answer like this. When we talk about media, we can think it in another way. Economy has a media, which is money. Politics has a media, which is power. If you then say media literacy, then it's power literacy, then it's money literacy. Use your resources in a way that you don't just get rich and the other gets poorer. Use it so that everyone has the right and the possibility to survive, because you need the other one to live your life yourself. And the same is with power. Use the power not only for you, but use it for the other, because if it's just used for you, the other one will it use against you as well. So this is what literacy, it's a concept of reasonability, of sociability, what we have to learn. Yeah? I think this is what we try to do. And this needs, of course, communication values. And one of these communication values is authenticity. I give you an example. This is my second answer to that. I give you an example. Many years ago in Austria, when I was driving this video initiative, and the video came up, and you could make easy going media, to make easygoing media. We went to a city, a small city in Austria, where there's a lot of companies in industry, and we tried. We wanted the people to do a film about their life, and they said, "Just help us to do the film. We want to make a nice film that people knows or see how nice it is here." And they made a wonderful film, which is really nice done. And when they showed the film to the community, they said, "It's nice, but it's not what we do. It's not our lives. It's not so nice here." And then they said, "Okay, let's try another way to show how we live." And then they did a very simple thing. They put a camera on one stand, a still camera, and just show a small picture. A lady doing half an hour, one shoe to the other, from one place to the other place, because this was her work every day, every 8 hours every day. And then they showed the film. You saw just half an hour, hand putting shoe from one place to the other. And after 5 minutes, people said, "That's crazy, nobody can see that." And she said, "This is my life. I do it my life." Yeah. So this is what the difference is. You see, the media, they make a decoration out of it, yeah? And so this is the selective way that we know that the media relation is another relation than we have to ourselves or we should tell to others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry that we made the schedule delayed for 15 minutes, but I'm sure that we had a very fruitful discussion and debate. So thank you very much for your active participation and all of your questions. Okay, and I would like to thank our two prestigious speakers. First of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Alice Lee. And I would like to thank you, Professor Dr. Thomas Bauer. And thank you for the translators for your beautiful and wonderful translation. Thank you very much. Okay, that's all for session 3, Understanding Media and Information Literacy. And now I would like to return the floor to the MC. Thank you very much. สวัสดีครับ
ครับขอบพระคุณนะครับท่านดร.เจษฎาสาราทองนะครับที่กรุณาเป็นผู้ดำเนินการอภิปรายในช่วงที่ผ่านมาครับและนอกจากนั้นนะครับก็ต้องขอบพระคุณนะครับท่านดร.อลิสลีครับและศาสตราจารย์ดร.โทมัสบาวเออร์ครับ
Okay, a big thank again our moderator Dr. Jesada Salatong from Faculty of Communication Arts Chulalongkorn University and our speakers Dr. Lee and Dr. Bauer.
ครับในช่วงต่อไปนะครับก่อนที่เราจะไปสู่ในช่วงของการสัมมนาช่วงที่4นะครับเราจะทำการพักรับประทานอาหารว่างกันเป็นเวลาประมาณ10นาทีนะครับ
Since we're running a little bit late, so we're going to have a break for 10 minutes right now.
ครับเรียนเชิญทุกท่านครับ
Okay, please have coffee and tea outside the room and come back in 10 minutes time. I'll see you for the next session and it is the last session for today. Thank you.
ครับขอบคุณครับมีข่าวประชาสัมพันธ์นะครับคุณพัทยาชัยนาแพงนะครับคุณสมโพธิ์ดาศรีและคุณผิวน้ำเฉลิมญาตินะครับรบกวนนะฮะไปพบเจ้าหน้าที่ที่จุดลงทะเบียนเอกสารค่าเดินทางครับขอบคุณครับ
ครับ4ที่ครับเซสชั่นอะไรครับพี่เพื่อนมี2คนนะเอลซ่ากับแมทธิวนะนัดขอเก้าอี้1ตัวเขาเพิ่มพอยต์มี2ตัวเองนะพี่ของคุณเอลซ่ากับแมทธิวใช้แค่2คนใช่ไหมก็ตัวนี้อีกตัวนึงใช่ไหมไม่เดี๋ยวผมยกตัวนี้พี่คุณครับ PowerPoint มีแค่คุณเอลซ่าแล้วก็คุณแมทธิวครับมีแค่2คนใช่ไหมPresentation พี่จ๋าครับวอไปซักขนาดนั้นไม่ค่ะไม่อีกตัวนึงนะคะ ใช่ของผมครับอันนี้ครับไม่ทราบครับงานมิวใช่ไหมเซสชั่น4คุณอาทิตย์เอลซ่าผมมีแล้วอ่ะใช่ไหมอ่ะหรือว่าอันนี้โอเคมันอัปเดตทั้งคู่ใช่ไหมอ่ะมันเซสชั่นเดียวกันประกอบด้วยแมทธิวครับผมคุณเอลซ่าผมอยากรู้ว่ามันอัปเดตใช่ไหมก็คืออันแรกมีอันเดียวถูกต้องคุณแมทธิวขึ้นก่อนนะ
อต้อนรับนะครับผู้เข้าร่วมสัมมนาทุกท่านเข้าสู่ช่วงการสัมมนาในช่วงต่อไปนะครับเมื่อช่วงที่ผ่านมานะครับทุกท่านได้รับข้อมูลนะครับเกี่ยวกับความรู้ความเข้าใจองค์ความรู้ที่จะนำไปสู่ความเข้าใจพื้นฐานในเรื่องของ MIL นะครับหรือว่า Media Literacy นะครับเป็นข้อมูลพื้นฐานที่จะสามารถนำไปใช้ประยุกต์ใช้ได้แล้วแหละแต่ในช่วงนี้นะครับในช่วงต่อไปในช่วงที่4นะครับจะเป็นการสัมมนาในหัวข้อการประยุกต์ใช้แนวคิด MIL จากทฤษฎีสู่การปฏิบัตินะครับเพื่อยกตัวอย่างการดำเนินงานต่างๆของภาคประชาสังคมนะครับให้ผู้เข้าร่วมการสัมมนาเห็นว่าสามารถตีความแล้วก็ประยุกต์ใช้แนวคิด MIL เหล่านี้นะครับในงานของตนได้หลากหลายรูปแบบนั่นเองครับ
Okay, and from the last session, we have touched on the theories of media and information literacy, or we call it shortly MIL. And in this session, we're going to move from theories to practice. So the topic of this session is implementing MIL from theories to practices, and the objective is to give examples of various approaches in which the civil society sectors are applying MIL in their works.To illustrate that MIL can be translated and operated variously.
ครับสำหรับในการสัมมนาช่วงที่4นะครับผู้ดำเนินการอภิปรายนะครับขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.วรัตน์ ครุจิตจากคณะนิเทศศาสตร์และนวัตกรรมการจัดการสถาบันบัณฑิตพัฒนบริหารศาสตร์ขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับท่านด้วยครับ
Yes, we honored to have the moderator for this session, Assistant Professor Dr. Warat Karujit, School of Communication Arts and Innovation Management.National Institute of Development Administration or NIDA
ครับสำหรับวิทยากรท่านแรกในเซสชัน4นี้นะครับเป็นเกี่ยวกับประเด็นของโครงการและแหล่งข้อมูลด้านการรู้เท่าทันสารสนเทศดิจิทัลสำหรับผู้ปกครองและนักการศึกษานะครับขอต้อนรับนะครับคุณแมทธิว จอห์นสันผู้อำนวยการฝ่ายการศึกษาศูนย์เพื่อการรู้เท่าทันสื่อและดิจิทัลมีเดียสมาร์ทครับ
The first speaker Matthew Johnson Director of Education Media Smarts Canada
และวิทยากรอีกหนึ่งท่านนะครับขอต้อนรับนะครับคุณเอลซ่าบัสติยองนะครับผู้ร่วมก่อตั้งโครงการสตรีทสคูลฝรั่งเศสขอเสียงปรบมือกับท่านด้วยครับ
The second speaker Elsa Bastillon co-founder of Street School Program from France
ครับและวิทยากรที่สำคัญอีกหนึ่งท่านนะครับขอต้อนรับคุณอาทิตย์สุริยะวงศ์กุลเครือข่ายพลเมืองเน็ตครับในประเด็น MIL กับเสรีภาพในการแสดงออกสิทธิในการรับรู้ข่าวสารและสิทธิพลเมือง
Our last but not the least speaker อาทิตย์สุริยะวงศ์กุล from Thai Netizen Network
ครับเราสองคนนะครับก็ขอมอบเวทีการสัมมนานี้ให้กับผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.วรัตน์ ครุจิตขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับท่านด้วยครับ
ค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
All right, thank you, the MCs. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have three guest speakers today, and welcome to the second afternoon sessions. We've moved on. The first session talked about the theories and principles of media literacy, and I hope that both speakers have given us great insights on the MIL. Now we're moving on to the nitty-gritty, to the heart, the concrete examples of how to apply those principles into reality. And we have three guest speakers. The first person I'd like to introduce is Mr. Matthew Johnson. Applause. Give a round of applause for Mr. Matthew Johnson. Matthew is the Director of Education for Media Smart Canada. He's from Canada. Center for Digital Media Literacy. He's the designer of comprehensive digital literacy tutorials, Passport to the Internet for students grade 4 to 8, and My World, grade 9 to 12. He has contributed blogs and articles to websites and magazines around the world, as well as presenting Media Smart materials on topics such as media and digital literacy, cyberbullying, body image, and online hate to parents, journalists, academics, and government bodies in Canada around the world. And Matthew is also an educator with nearly 10 years experience teaching media education, filmmaking, English, and special education, among other subjects. Okay, so that's our first speaker. And the second speaker is the beautiful lady sitting in the middle. Her name is Elsa Bastillon. Best Young, okay. From Frozen, Elsa? Not from Frozen. Oh, so you're not the Frozen Queen? No. Oh, no. Okay. Let it go. Let it go, okay. We're melting from heat in Thailand, so no Frozen here, sorry. Elsa is a French journalist born in the Alps, and she majored in history before studying journalism. Also, she has wonderful work experiences and very interesting. Worked in local newsrooms for daily newspapers in various French towns. She co-wrote a book entitled, I don't know about French, Génération Vision. What does it mean? Ecology. Okay. About green urban youth initiatives. She is also interested in feminism and anti-discrimination topics, and is a part of founding team of Well, a lesbian printed magazine. Very interesting. She currently works for the online magazine, which is the project that she'll be giving us the information about, streetpress.com, based in Paris. And she is in charge of the Street School and Media Initiation Program for young adults, for which she selects the participants among many applicants and designs the educational structure of the training and guides the young journalists on a daily basis. Okay, so that's our second speaker. And the third speaker of today is Kun Art or Kun Atit Suriyawongkun or at Backed. Very well-known Twitterer, twittering as at Backed. Kun Atit is a board secretary for the Foundation for Internet and Civic Culture, or commonly known as Thai Netizen Network, and a special lecturer at Department of Media Arts and Design at Chiang Mai University. Kun Art is a computer scientist by training. He started his career as a software localization engineer in the network, its computer company, and later joined academic and industrial artificial intelligence research groups in journalism and medical domains. So, without further ado, let's get straight to our first speaker, Kun Matthew Johnson. Matthew will give us, tell us how Media Smart has come about and how it is used to give children or young school children information on how to be media literate. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. So, I wondered if that was going to be translated, but I've got my English down here. Media Smarts is, as you know, a Canadian not-for-profit organization. And our vision is to ensure that all Canadian children and youth have the necessary critical thinking skills that they need to understand and actively engage with all media. So critical thinking is at the heart of what we do. And it's one of the reasons why our definition of digital literacy is one that has its roots in media literacy. In Canada and in North America generally, media literacy and digital literacy came from two different points. So many digital literacy programs in North America don't necessarily have a media literacy context. They don't necessarily start from a position of critical thinking, but often are more about more technical skills. And so it was very important to us as we expanded from what we now call traditional media literacy into digital literacy, that all of the concepts of media literacy, and particularly the core of critical thinking, remain an important part of digital literacy. And that's about all the theory I'm going to get into, but I wanted to explain that as I go on into our resources. There we go. Our mission, then, is to develop and deliver high-quality, Canadian-based digital and media literacy resources. And it is very important to us. Although we do know that our resources are used around the world, in English and French-speaking countries, it's important to us that everything we do is from a Canadian perspective, because it has to work for our own youth. It's also culturally important to us because, as you may know, Canada is in the shadow of the United States, physically and culturally. And so doing things from a Canadian perspective is very important to us. It's also essential to us as a nonprofit to provide leadership in advancing digital and media literacy in Canadian schools and homes and communities. As some of you may know, Canada was a leader in incorporating media literacy into the curriculum. Every Canadian province and territory has media literacy in its official curriculum, in part because of the work done by Media Smarts and our partner organizations such as the Association for Media Literacy. We're in the process of doing that when it comes to digital literacy. But our mission goes beyond getting it in the curriculum because there is a big gap between it being on the books and it being in the classroom. Teachers often don't have the training that they need. Older teachers particularly may be reluctant to teach media. Even younger teachers in many cases are reluctant to teach media or digital literacy because they feel that it weakens them, their authority relative to their students. And finally, of course, media literacy and digital literacy are often looked on as something of a frill. And so when time is short, and for teachers time is always short, frequently they are the first thing to go. And finally, we contribute to the development of policy discussions. So we take part in public discussions about media and digital issues. We consult with government and governmental agencies, and we make ourselves available as media experts for media outlets. So when something happens that is a media-related story, we're often interviewed as a source trying to bring a media literacy perspective to the coverage. Our key audiences, of course, primarily it is education. That's in our system grades K to 12. I know probably there are quite a few different education systems, so I'll simply explain. Kindergarten starts at age 5 in Canada. Grade 12, the average grade 12 student would be 17 or 18. So that's our main sector, between the ages of 5 and 17 in public schools. We also deal with public libraries because they're one of the ways that information is communicated to the public. We have a lot of resources specifically for parents, and that's an area that we're concentrating on more at the moment, and the public at large. We produce resources for community organizations, for child health professionals, and also materials for use by law enforcement when they deal with media and digital issues. Our work falls. Okay. Oh, we're in the English? All right. On we go. Our work falls into 3 core program areas. Education is the production of our educational resources. And that is about 80% of the work that we do is producing either resources for the classroom or training resources for teachers. But even though that's the bulk of our work, it is no more important than the other 2 elements because those reinforce that effort as well. So we contribute, as I said, to public awareness of media issues and digital literacy issues in some of the ways I outlined above. And also we conduct original research. And the original research is essential because it tells us what Canadian youth are actually doing online, what they know, what their digital skills are, what their attitudes are. We've conducted research with teachers, so we have an idea of how teachers are using digital technology in the classroom. We've conducted research specifically about cyberbullying. All of our research is essential in informing our work so that we know where young people are coming from We know what skills young people need. We know what platforms they're on. And of course, the research tells us exactly what it is that young people need to know. And that's really important because one of the fundamental principles of all education is to start where the learner is. Don't start at an arbitrary point where you think they ought to be. Find out what it is young people, the young people that you want to teach, find out what they already know, find out what they're experiencing, find out what they think. Start there. In many cases, they already have many strategies, many solutions for the problems that you're investigating, and that you need to find those best practices and promote them to build on what they've already created. And that's why we call our approach empowerment education, because it's not aimed at limiting young people, it's not aimed at controlling young people, it's aimed at giving them the power to participate fully in the online world. We take that approach because it's grounded in where they're at developmentally. Childhood and adolescence is growing. It's gaining mastery, getting better, gaining independence, and so this contributes to that. It also respects and values their involvement. It starts with what they're doing and who they are. And finally, it provides authentic experiences. So it's starting with the platforms that they're actually using, the activities that they're choosing to do, using those as teaching opportunities. I'm going to talk very, very briefly about our program in traditional media literacy, just because it gives, as I said, the context to our digital literacy program. So there are many different definitions of media literacy. Because we work with children and teenagers, we essentially narrowed down the aspects of media literacy to 5 key concepts. There are actually, this image that you're seeing is drawn from a series of videos that we made about these 5 key concepts. It's called Media Literacy 101, and it's a really great introduction to them. Each one is a minute long. They're called media minutes, and there's also a lesson that goes with each one. And so our key concepts that underlie both media and digital literacy, very briefly, the idea that media are constructions, that someone made them for a purpose, the idea that they have commercial implications, that nearly all media products are made so that someone will make money, the idea that media have social and political implications, that even if there isn't a political or social message intended, the assumptions and the beliefs of the people that created them will inflect those. So in many cases, it's a matter of questions not being asked that create those implications. There's the idea that audiences negotiate meaning, that each of us interacts with the media we consume to create our own meaning, which helps us understand, for instance, why a media portrayal of a disadvantaged group will be viewed differently by a member of that group than by a member of the majority group. And finally, the idea that each medium has a unique aesthetic form, that the elements of the medium itself, how the message is communicated, influence the content. As I said before, media literacy and critical thinking are at the base of our approach to digital literacy. So for a long time, what we did with our digital literacy resources was simply to extend our media literacy practice into online and digital spaces. In the last couple of years, we realized that we needed to make a more systematic approach. And that's why we've created our comprehensive digital literacy framework. The way that we define digital literacy is, again, based on critical thinking. But as well as that, it has the idea of responsibility, that because digital media are interactive, we have to behave responsibly. and also the idea of engaged citizenship, that because they are interactive, again, we are citizens online. We don't have the choice of being a couch potato. We don't have the choice of being a passive consumer like we do with traditional media. We're interacting, so we have to engage. This is our theory. I told you I was going to spend very little time on theory, so I'm not really going to go into this in depth, but this is on our website if you're curious about investigating it. But essentially, we look at digital literacy as having three key levels, key stages. Four counting the bottom one, which is access. And that's something that the individual has little control over. That's what government and other bodies can provide, the access to digital media. Beyond that, we have the ability to use digital media. Can you actually use the tools that are being provided? The next step is to understand, and that's where media literacy comes in. Can you decode what you're encountering? Can you deconstruct it? And finally, the ability to create your own content, which may be critical, it may be simply creative. And of course, we all know that young people are doing all of these. As soon as they go on Facebook or Twitter, they're going to all three of these stages. But all of these, of course, have different levels of skill. So here is our digital literacy framework. We couldn't quite get it down to 5 like we did with media literacy. But it's really important to us that this covers all of the key aspects of digital literacy as we define it. Again, this is all on our website, mediasmarts.ca. I'm going to go through these each individually in a moment, so you don't need to read it all here. But what's important about our framework, the reason why we take this approach, is to ensure that children at all levels in the school system are getting instruction in each of these areas. And so we use this framework to make sure that we have K-3, so lessons for the very youngest kids, lessons for older ones, lessons for early teenagers, and lessons for teenagers in all of these areas. The first area is ethics and empathy, and this is what covers, of course, ethical decisions and feeling empathy towards other people. Because we know from research that digital media can create what we call empathy traps, situations where we might feel empathy talking face to face, but because we don't see the other person, because we don't hear them, we may not feel empathy. A lot of cyberbullying has that as its root. Also, applying social, emotional learning skills, being able to read other people's emotions, and of course making ethical decisions about accessing and sharing other people's content. For each of these, I'm going to give you one example of one of our resources. So our example for ethics and empathy is a lesson called That's Not Cool for grades 7 to 8, so that would be roughly 12 to 13 years old. Research shows that the best way to teach or to foster and encourage empathy is through what's called perspective taking, encouraging people to see things from other people's point of view. The best way to teach ethics and morality is to provide moral dilemmas, difficult situations that have no easy answer, where you're weighing two moral principles against each other. And so this lesson encourages children to do exactly that. It gives them a series of scenarios where they have to discuss what's the right answer and where they're encouraged to view other people's point of view. Privacy and security, of course, deals with sharing your own content, like posting photos and personal material on Facebook. Also, data privacy, so controlling your personal information. Cybersecurity, controlling access to your computer and your own devices and keeping them safe. And what we call digital footprint, and that is the impression of yourself that is created online, whether that's from a social point of view, what people think of you, but also what kind of data has been gathered about you, what kinds of profiles of you have been created online by what you're doing and by doing things like entering surveys and quizzes. Here's an example of one of our resources for quite young children. This is grades 2 to 4, or roughly age 7 to age 9. This is called Privacy Pirates. And as you can see, this uses a really friendly idea that helping kids get the idea that their privacy is valuable, that their personal information is valuable, by helping them keep it from pirates. So here's our friendly teacher character, a wizard, who teaches you some of the key concepts, and then you meet a bunch of pirates who try to take away some of your privacy. Consumer awareness is a key aspect of digital literacy because almost all of the online spaces that young people use are commercial spaces. In our research, we found that of the top 20 websites, 19 were commercial spaces. Advertising and branding are also hugely important online. And of course, we also agree constantly to legal documents, to privacy policies, terms of service. We need to understand these. Here's again an example for very young kids. This is called Coco's AdverSmarts, and it's teaching them simply to recognize when they're being advertised to. Digital health is an essential part, but often an overlooked part of digital literacy, helping us maintain a balance between our offline and our online lives, helping us deal with mental health and body image issues that are raised by being online, developing good, healthy relationship skills, both online and offline, and of course, keeping ourselves safe online. This is an example of one for slightly older children, roughly 9 to 12. This is a lesson called Avatars and Body Image. So if you've ever seen some of the games and virtual worlds that young children use, they have very idealized body types. Girls, as you can see, are always very curvy, very thin. Boys are always very muscular and very aggressive. And so this lesson helps kids interrogate that, helps them ask questions. It has two stages. First one where you can only dress these two stereotyped avatars, and then a second stage where you have a much wider range of body shapes and even skin colors. And then, of course, this is part, as I say, of a broader lesson where the teacher encourages the students to ask questions about the influence of these online games. Finding and verifying is probably the core skill of media and information literacy, how we find information online, how we find out whether or not it's true. One of our lessons for students who are about 12 to 13, and this is one of my favorites, is called Taming the Wild Wiki. We know from our research Canadian youth are using Wikipedia, but their teachers often are telling them not to, and so they simply use it but don't cite it as a source. Wikipedia can be a tremendous resource. It can be a tremendous source, but there's also a lot of misinformation. It's actually fairly easy to tell the difference. And so this lesson is teaching young people how to tell the difference between an article on Wikipedia that is reliable and an article on Wikipedia that is not. And it's also encouraging teachers to allow young people to use Wikipedia if they ask those critical questions. Sometimes, but sometimes it is. Community engagement, again, is a really important one, and that is using digital media, first of all, to be an active consumer in your offline, an active citizen in your offline communities, but also being an active citizen in the online spaces that you're in. So influencing positive social norms, creating positive online spaces, and understanding how you can use digital media for activism in a positive way if you choose to. And of course, understanding your rights. Because we heard earlier that law doesn't stop when you go online. Well, your rights don't stop either. You still have your human rights, you have your civil rights as a citizen of a state, and you also have consumer rights as a user of the space that you're in. This is an example of one of our resources for students roughly 13 to 15. It's called Hate 2.0. And this is teaching young people to recognize hate speech online and how to deal with it, and that it's often not obvious. A lot of the hate speech online is what we call cloaked hate, where it's pretending to be reasonable sources of debate. And so recognizing the difference, because we don't want to chill debate. We want people to be able to talk about politics, but we also need young people to be able to recognize when something is coming from what we call an ideology of hate. And finally, making and remixing, that's creating and modifying digital content, understanding copyright and digital rights, and collaborating. And this, of course, is a good example of how all of these overlap, because many times we will be remixing in order to be, for instance, an active citizen. So in this resource, First Person, which is for students aged 14 to 18, this is an opportunity to look at issues of representation of diversity and marginalized communities, specifically in video games, and also involves a stage where students create their own video game where their own experience is represented. So it helps them to ask questions about diversity representation and also to give their own answers. So I'll talk very briefly about how we deliver our program. Well, primarily we do it through our website. This is mediasmarts.ca. This is our launch page. It exists in English and in French because we're a Canadian organization. Canada is a bilingual country. And so in almost every case, all of our resources are bilingual in French and English. It's the world's largest media education website. We get roughly 7 million visitors a year. We have resources for all of our stakeholders, including and it includes our educational games. It includes parent tutorials and tip sheets. It includes our research. All of our research is published in full online as a public good. And of course, it includes our more than 200 lesson plans for the K-12 sector, all of which are linked to curriculum outcomes in each province and territory. And that is essential. Teachers tell us again and again about how valuable those curriculum charts are, because if you're teaching grade 10 in Manitoba and you're teaching English, you can put in Manitoba grade 10 English, and it gives you all of the curriculum expectations that relate to media and digital literacy and all of our resources that meet those expectations. So it really is about making media and digital literacy frictionless, getting it into the classroom as easily as possible, and in homes as well. So this is what our lesson library looks like. We also have a suite of professional development resources. These we offer on a licensed basis to schools and ministries of education. We license them partly because we update these every year, and so they need a separate source of funding. We also find that our professional development resources actually get used more when we charge for them. Because if they're free, often they won't get used, but when they're paid for, the schools have a motivation to get the teachers to actually go through them. And so we have resources, as you can see, on cyberbullying, on privacy, on advertising. I'm not going to go through them all because I don't want to go over my time. We also have, again, a suite of licensed classroom resources. We have 2 at the moment. We're launching 2 more in the next year. And these take the whole digital framework and they present them in a friendly way to students at different ages. So this is a screen from Passport to the Internet, which is for students ages 8 to 13. And this is a screen from My World, which is for students 14 to 18. And both of these use reproductions of authentic online environments to teach all of these skills. For younger children, we separate the skills out more. For older children, because they have a wider range of online activities, we overlap them more so that they're doing several different things at a time. And finally, we have our public awareness resources. These we do offer free, and these are available either as interactive tutorials that parents can watch on their own time, but also downloadable presentations that can be presented for parent groups. So this is raising ethical kids for a networked world, about how to teach your children how to behave ethically online. And so I want to end with some good news. And one of the main reasons that we do research, as I said, is to know where kids are coming from. But it's also to contribute to the public conversation in a positive way. Because we know from our research with parents that there's a lot of fear out there. Parents are scared of what's coming at their kids. They're scared of what their kids are doing. And fear is not helpful. It's not productive. When we act out of fear, our instinct is to try to protect our kids, to wall them off, and it doesn't work. It just makes them more vulnerable. We have to empower them. So here's some good news in Canada that we know from our research. We know that many risky behaviors, such as sexting, are less common than widely believed. That's something we try really hard to publicize because we know that teenagers will do these things more if they think they're more common, and they'll do them less if they think they're less common. We know that youth value their privacy and are developing social norms around consent and respect, and those are things we're building from. We know they have little interest in connecting with strangers, and they know how to deal with stranger contact. We know that teachers and youth agree on the importance of digital literacy education. They want to learn these skills, and teachers want to teach these skills. And we know that parents are still an essential part of children's lives. They still have a huge influence on how children behave. We know that children and youth are making good choices online and are using digital media in proactive ways. So when I talked about starting where the learner is, we want to start there and build. Thank you very much.
Wow. Very impressive. Very comprehensive. You have got everything covered. How many people do you have in your organization?
10.
10? Wow. How many departments or divisions?
4, I guess. We have 2 people on the creating content.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are you looking for new international partners? Anyone interested?
We're always looking for partners.
Okay, you hear it. Okay, let's move on to the next speaker. Our lady from France. How's Paris now? We all pray for Paris. Okay. Elsa, will you tell us about your project, Street Press? Street School and Street Press, please.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Elsa Bastien, I'm 27 and I come from Paris. I'm a journalist for Street Press and I'm here to talk to you about the Street School. It's a program developed by Street Press. And to sum it up, it's a journalism training for youth and it's all free for them. So So first, I'm going to tell you a bit about Street Press. It's a website, a news website that was created in 2009 by someone called Joan Weiss. It's dedicated to young people, so from 20 to 30, about. And we deal with urban and social subjects mainly. And we are a team of 8, so it's a small team. Joan Weiss created this website because he was annoyed by the fact that youth becomes more and more disinterested and by media. Youth doesn't read media, so he was very annoyed by this. So he decided to create a media by young people and for young people, for them to be represented. Because he was thinking that if youth doesn't read media, it's maybe because they are not well represented. Also, he wanted to change how media were done. So he wanted to open journalism. What does it mean on a concrete way? It means that more than half of our content is made by non-professional journalists. Every Tuesday, or every 2 weeks on Tuesday, we have editorial meeting, and everyone is allowed to come. Even if you're not a journalist, you can come. So we have maybe 3, 4, or more person coming every Tuesday. Young people who have never written any article, and we have this editorial meeting with our chief editor, and they suggest ideas of articles that they could write, and we teach them how to write those articles. Our goal is that in the end, no one can see that those articles were not written by a professional journalist. So right now, as I said, more than half of our content is written by them, and no one can see because it's good. It's a good job. But I have to admit that it takes a lot of time because obviously journalism is a real job. So how is that possible? We are a pure player. That means that we are an independent media, and we work as an ecosystem. We have a whole group strategy, meaning that Street Prod allows us to have money. We create corporate videos for brands or magazines for brands as well. That founds Street Press, and Street Press exports this collaborative model to the Street School, so the free journalism training for youth, and also Media Maker. It's a very new project we started this year, and it's a media incubator. So if you think about it, people can come to Street Press and write articles, and then if they want to know more, they can do the Street School and learn how to be good journalists. And when they are very good, they can create their media with the media incubator. Concretely, it's 5,000 euros to fund your media and mentoring, daily mentoring. So I hope it will work because it's the first year we do that. In fact, the Street School, with the Street School, we wanted to take citizen journalism to the next level, you know? Because it's nice to give tools to person one by one, but it's better if you do a whole program and where you tackle all different medias, like video and radio and everything. So concretely, what is the Street School? It's a 3-month program dedicated to young people. So we choose 15 young people between 20 and 30 years old. And the important thing is that we don't care what they've done before. We don't care if they have diplomas or if they have ever done journalism. We don't care. We just want enthusiastic and motivated people. And that's why the call for applicants is a serious thing. We think it through so that we can have various people. Every year we have more than 500 candidates that want to participate in the Street School. So that shows that there are many young people who want to express themselves and have the tools to express themselves. Unfortunately, we only take 15%, but this is a picture of the last promotion. You can see in the middle a person called Cécilia Gavizon. She's a journalist for Le Figaro, which is a big newspaper, and she helped us found this program. So it's good to have people with experience helping us, and around all the participants. This is the picture from the year before. I'm just showing you. And on both cases, they are in front of Le NUMA, which is where the formation takes place. It's a digital innovation center, and we always do the formation there, which is really great because there is a link between journalism and new technology. There are a lot of entrepreneurs there that are very good at new technology and digital innovation. So why did we want to do the Street School? We think that journalism, at least in France, is a small club. That means that it's about always the same person that are making the infos, and there is a huge gap between people who make information and people who are supposed to read the information. So we wanted to open those doors, and because we think that if journalism welcome different people from different backgrounds, different ethnic origins, we will all gain from it, because then we will different people means different subjects, you know, and different things to say, and we think that it's very important. Furthermore, we think that you shouldn't need to have money or a lot of diplomas to express yourself, and you shouldn't need to have a solid network that not everybody have to be able to express yourself. That's why we created the street school. And our goal is that the students that participate in the street school then are hired by mainstream media, or that they create their media, or that they use the skills that we've given them to create blogs or YouTube channels, and in a more efficient way. And if we think about it, if journalism is such a small club, then it's understandable that the large part of young people are suspicious toward media, and because of this gap between the people making the information and the people reading the information. So that's why media can look like fortress. They don't know how news are made, and so they're suspicious. And that's why one of the first things that we organize for the 15 participants of the street school is that they meet journalists and chief editor in the newsroom. So each of them, the 15 of them, we give them contact details of chief editors of big newsroom, cultural newsroom, general newsroom, daily radio, etc. And they have to contact the chief editors and to go and meet them in their environment. So it's great because they can directly talk to decision makers, and they can be present for editorial meetings, so they really can see how news are made. You know? And because we think that it's important that they understand how news are made, and to understand that, we also teach them how all the techniques, all the journalism techniques that they need to express themselves. So, for example, you know, everything, the structure of an article, but also fact-checking, and all you need to know to be a professional journalist. Because we think that freedom of speech is great, but it's great if you can be heard. So, and to be heard, you need to have the techniques. So who can participate in this program? As I told you, anyone between 20 and 30, but they have to live in Paris or its suburbs. Once again, we only look at motivation. So if you have a great blog, or if you, I don't know, if you have a great Twitter account and you're very motivated, then we will take you. We don't care if you never studied. And also, it's not, the point is not to have only underprivileged youth from underprivileged neighborhood. We want to have a real mixed team, because everyone can benefit from shared skills. So really, we have people who, like in the last promotion, we had a trader, someone with a PhD in economy, and also someone who's never studied. So we try to really mix everybody, so that everybody can learn from each other. The formation, so it's every Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. approximately. So it's long days. And the rest of the week, they have to do exercises, to do reports, radio shows, etc. But we want the formation to be on Saturday, so that people who work, who have a job, or who are students can still participate to the street school. More concretely, on Saturday, we have 2 or 3 trainers each time. So they are mainly professional journalists. And we try to have some journalists from all the medias, well, not all the medias, but from a lot of medias, so that they can see the diversity of the press. Because when we ask them what media they read or listen to or watch on the first day, they can only talk about 1 or 2, because young people don't know that there is quite a plurality in media, and it's too bad. So with the street press, we try to show them that there is newspaper for everyone, almost. And also, we do also master classes. So they are open to everyone. We have about 100 or 200 person every time. We organized maybe 4 per street school. I think I put some example of master class here. For example, we greeted some people from Fully Focused in England. It's a youth media platform, so that's a bit like us. And but they do video and they are really engaged in journalism. They're really great. Or in the end, 3 newspapers that are created by youth again, so that they can see that it's possible to create a media and that it can work. So we have example of one of our masterclass. Also, we try to, something that is very important for us is that the students publish articles in mainstream medias or in real medias. So I show you a little example, because it allows it's good for them to publish in medias, because they can see that creating information is not that easy, because they really think that medias are lying. A large part of youth don't trust medias, but when our participants have to publish an article for those media, they can see that they have to write it maybe 10 times, that they have to check every information, etc. So it's a great way to show them that journalism and information has to be serious and honest, and that it works like that most of the time. Also, it's great because then they can show decision makers that they have published something, so they can maybe sell articles later. So we try really to push them to publish those articles. And also we want them to publish things, because citizen journalism is great, but it's important that it has an impact. So when they publish articles, it has a great impact on population, and also in the medias that take their articles, such as the one I wrote there, the newsroom have to question themselves and say, okay, those are young journalists, they didn't study journalism, and still the articles that they wrote are good and they are different from what we are used to. So it has a great impact. For example, they also publish in street press, obviously. And for example, this article, you can see 20,000 Facebook likes. Now, maybe it's even more. It's one of the articles that had the largest audience, readership on our website. And it was written by young journalists from the street school. So that shows that when you try to have different people writing articles, it can work, and it interests everybody. It's a photo and text, and he spent 2 years with a marginalized person in the south of France, and he's telling their stories, but in a very nice way. It's too bad that it's in French, but and other examples of articles they published. And obviously, we take on the 15% that we take, some are less advanced than the others, but they still have other skills. But so not everyone can publish in media, as I show you. So we push them to create and control their own website, so that they can post all their work online, even the small articles and all the exercises that we ask them to do, like they learn how to film, how to edit videos, how to take sound and to edit the sound, to do data journalism as well. So not everything is good because they are learning, but they can post everything on this website, and they also are in charge of the Facebook page of the street school and also the Twitter account, so they learn as well to be community manager. So it's like they should know everything at the end of the street school. I told you about the partners. We have a lot of partners in the national medias. And what is really great is that, as I told you, 2 or 3 journalists come every Saturday during 3 months. So that's a lot of people. They all have their contact details, because the people who comes to the street school are all people who truly believes in our project. So they are really, they take their resume and pass them around in their newsroom. They answer their phone every time they have questions. And that's really, it's really important for the students, because that's how they create a network. As I said before, not everyone can have a network. It depends of your social origins most of the time. And we give them the possibility to have, you know, a solid network of people who can help them when it's needed. And also among our partners, 2 foundations that allow us to make it possible: the Open Society Foundations and Evans Foundation. To finish, after the street school, most of our students become journalists, or some of them are very young, so they finally go in a journalism school, which is great, or they create their media. For example, we have a young journalist who just created her website about black fashion industry. It's quite accurate. And she's, this media is incubated in Media Maker, our media incubator. So that shows a very virtuous circle. And we have someone who was a comedian and filmmaker, and now she's working for Al Jazeera in Qatar. So we really have persons everywhere. So it's really great. And one of them also has just been hired by our Minister of Digital Affairs to do the communication. So we always learn of new people finding jobs. So it's really great for us. And we hope that it will be just as good for the next project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elsa. So the Media Smart project deals directly with promotion of media literacy, right? But for this project, the street school, it seems to be like producing 15 new journalists per year, right? So how do you say that how this project has contributed or promote media literacy to the broader audience in France?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, we try to do, as I said, the master classes as well. And also it raises, it opens the dialogue when we bring them into the newsroom, because they have to question themselves on who they hire, you know. So that has an impact. Also, when they publish in the medias, there is also the little presentation of the street school, so that's also something that can raise questions. But I would say also that today, young people, as it has been said, they get information from social medias, right? So there is this kind of information bubble that is created. If you are from this neighborhood or social origins, you will have, your friends will be kind of the same as you, and they will post stuff, and you know, you're just reading information that participate to the same vision of the world. So, and this is a problem, right? So when we do those kind of program, we try, as I said, to have a real mixity, people who are really different. And then they are confronted to different point of view, and maybe we'll share different stuff on Facebook, and it really opens their world. And I think little by little there is this snowball effect, and it opens the world of their Facebook contacts. And you know, I really think it's makes a change. Does it?
Yeah, I was wondering if any of the classes, master classes or individual classes, incorporating or included some of the skills that Matthew has told us, that the 5 core concepts and how many? 7 digital skills, for example, ethics or digital literacy, into any of the classes.
Okay, sorry. Do we? Oh yeah, because I forgot one point also, is that we try to teach them the technical skills to write article and be good journalists, but we also want to develop their critical thinking skills, as you said. For example, we have someone who is specialized in image literacy and who's going to question them about the use of certain image in articles and how do you choose your photo. And also he talks to them about history of art, and it's linked to the picture, to the images that are used by media. Or we invited a sociologist of media literacy that supervised a book called A Little Guide for Those Who Want to Talk About Arabic, Black, Roma, and all minorities. And so that allows them to have the skills to criticize smartly media, because they can feel that something is not right, because many people in the media don't talk in a very good way about minorities, but they didn't have the skills to develop this critique.
Okay, yeah. I particularly like this slide of yours. Why should we defend journalism? One of them is make them better citizens. That's pretty impressive. And not only that, they'll become better citizens by knowing the skills for being a journalist. Because as a foundation of journalists, there should be good persons too, right? And that they'll become online influencers to make the audience know better about the world. Thank you very much, Elsa. We move on to the next, our local speaker, คุณอาทิตย์สุริยวงศ์กุล. He'll talk about the project Thai Netizen Network, right? Okay, please.
สวัสดีครับ ดังไหมครับ มีเสียงไหมครับ มีนะครับ โอเค I think I will speak English probably, like to the benefit of like a lot of like our international friends here, and I think so. How to start? I should say first, right, that our organization actually doesn't really see ourselves much like to work on this like MIL, although there are a couple of our activities that can like fall or overlap with its like so-called media and information literacy, as you can see like later. But why I'm like to like frame my presentation is like it's going to be like two parts. The first part is going to cover like basically like how to say like key principles or whatever, like or concepts of like why or what's the idea behind our work basically. And the second part will be more on about the examples of activities that we have done so far. So the title is well, keep calm and quote your rights, right? Media information literacy as a capacity to realize self-determination in digital era. The focus will be, as you see, right, the underlined one, right, or the self-determination, which I will going to discuss further what we think about it. What I'd like to actually like straight, like every time I got like invited to talk with on the topic of this media literacy or MIL, wherever I'm trying to straight on this, because in the translation in Thai, there's something missing, which I'm not really happy about it. But also at the same time, I doesn't actually have I would say a better alternative option to say that. But anyway, like just to straight this first, like especially to the Thai audience. Well, when we're talking about literacy, literate is actually to read. Actually, it means to write. Right, so should keep in mind that like it has the right element, the creating element inside this, and I think this is like well presented in the Thai translation of the word literacy itself, which we call it อ่านออกเขียนได้อ่านออก it's like able to read เขียนได้ it's able to write, but somehow when we use the word media literacy in Thai, it somehow just only like รู้เท่าทันสื่อ which is like give more of a sense, right? Just like a media consumer who aware of its implications, but it doesn't say much about like you can be also a media producer as well. So I'm actually not going to propose like the new word, right? Because as you can see in Thai, it's going to be so long, like การอ่านสื่อor เขียนสื่อได้ it's like basically just too long. But just to keep in mind that like when I'm talking about like actually like, at least myself, at least I think like in this context, everybody kind of agree that like literacy, media literacy should include both of these aspects. Just to keep our Thai audience remind about this. To put the for myself to put MIL in the context of like in the morning I see a lot of people talking about civic education as well, right? So to put that in context, I think at least for our organizations, we can say like all the activities that our organization is trying to do is try to like promote or to like how to like enable allows people to have the self-determination. And when we talk with this like self-determinations, we use the definition of like the process by which a person controls their own life. And we think this can be divided into at least two parts. The first part is like control what they want to be. The second one is control on how they want to live. And when we talk about this self-determination, we try to think about power and control. Like keep these two words in mind. So in this context, when we're talking about power, and also like in the activities that we have done so far as a like activist group as well. First of all, like I think this is a saying that like everybody like heard many times, right? Information is power, right? But why information is power? Right? Because if you have like enough information about something, you can make a better decision about that particular thing. That means you are in control about that particular area, topics, or whatever, right? So if you think along this line, information is power, and the more the more information you have about a particular thing, it's the more control you can have over that thing. It can also means that if someone have a lot of your information, a lot of your personal information, it can also mean like he or she, like whoever, that guy, can have a control over your life as well, right? It will be very fortunate that if that person is yourself, so it means that like you're going to be in control of your life, right? But it's going to be very unfortunate if that person is someone else and it's not you, right? So I think this is kind of a starting point of our work. And from this, we're thinking more of that. Okay, actually, when you talking about information that you own, it can be either your personal information about yourself, right? But not only that, it can be also, say, like information that runs you to the tools that you use. To say it in like in a shorter word, it's actually those like software, computer code, right? There are more and more devices, right, that we use in this like digital era, right? That like controlled by small computers, embedded systems, right? Your car is now controlled by some sort of like MCU, like those microcontroller unit, right? Or your phone, your computer, everything, almost everything in our daily life now, especially in the urban area, is controlled somehow by these computer systems. And this computer code is actually, in the end, a kind of information, right? So like keep these two things in mind, like personal information and the software code. We talk about power. On this table, trying to show you about the shifting power relations. I see some of our friends from Consumer Internationals. If you actually remember, if some of you was like in last year conference, I actually used this table as well. So it's kind of recycled. But yeah, back to the table. I think one of the things that changed a lot in this era is that like if you look at the people that provide you the services, provide you the public services, it's actually changed a lot. Used to be like in the past, right, many years ago, when you talk about pipe waters, electricity, education, public health, most of the time it is the state who provides this to you. But there are more and more privatizations, right? So the services that used to be public services probably no longer. And also at the same time, there are new services that the state never provided to you before, but it's kind of a new like invention, innovation, right? Like a lot of like, say for example, like internet service, like it's never been around before, right? So the state never provide any kind of these services to you before. But it is the private sector who provide this service to you. In order for the state, like in the past, to provide these services, they have to know something about you. In order to get you connected to the power grid, for example, they have to know your addresses, right? In order to be able to provide you a better public health, a better public policy, they have to know something about your health record. The same applies to private sector as well nowadays. If you want the public services from them, you need to provide them some sort of information always, right? In exchange to get those services. So I think we see this like power shift, right? For example, like it used to be the case that when we write to have some guarantee in our rights, civil rights, we going back to Bill of Rights, Constitution, or some local laws that related to civil and political rights. But now many times we have to really rely on maybe consumer law, trade laws, or competition laws in order to get those rights. Our friends from Canada, right, are talking about like term of services, right, that's going to govern more and more our activities online. That's true as well. And also, when we're talking about like international regulatory frameworks, right, in the past, we probably like going back to ICCPR, right, for our civil and political rights. Nowadays, maybe the one that really affects us, it's probably more on this like international trade agreements. I think like in the morning, someone mentioned about that TPP, right, trade Trans-Pacific partnership, which a lot of people around here really worry about that. But just to summing up, like to the last point, that I see that like in the past, maybe our relationship with our public service provider, many times it's a kind of citizenship relationship, right? But now it's more of like the consumers. So what this means, first of all, is just to summing up. I think I actually just mentioned some of these points already when I discussed the last table. But I think to have in mind is, I think the way we think about civil rights already changed, right? Because we can no longer rely on civil rights alone in order to guarantee, like, basically, I'll say, all the aspects of the rights in our life. See, right? We need more and more guarantee of this, like, consumer rights. So I think these two rights have to, like, work along together. So going back to that civic education, that is probably like the basis of one of the, like, core idea of why we have a conference today, right? So when we're talking about, like, civic education, probably we have to also thinking more about this as well, on how this power relationship has been changed or shifted, right? And I think if the civic education is one of the foundation of this media and information literacy, MIL itself have to change as well. We're talking about power already, right? And when we talk about power, we should ask where it's the point that we're going to exercise such power, or in other words, where it's the point of control. I propose that probably we can look into these, like, three key elements of digital era. The first one is the data. The second one is computation. The third one is the network, and all those connected devices that attach to the network. Of course, I'm not going to, like, discuss everything here. Although if you're going to have, like, the slide after this, each of these keywords has a link to some articles or news that you can actually, like, read further. But that's going to be later. Anyway, I think maybe I'm going to discuss some of this. So in each circle, right? Everybody loves Venn diagram somehow. So each of the circle, like, talking about, like, the different point of controls, right? And some of these in some areas actually, like, overlapping. So for example, if you look at the data circle that overlapping with, say, the network circle, you can see the issues of like the challenge of the cloud storage, for example. Which one of the issues over this is, like, okay, one thing is that, like, we have more and more data to handle with, right? And we have more and more devices that we like to get connected to this data. So things are getting more complicated for a normal users to handle this. Then somehow there are some companies coming up with really good software or services and say, hey, just use our service. We're going to handle all this for you. The only catch is that you have to trust us. We're going to guarantee that your data are going to be secure. But many times we probably not necessarily have to tell you that, like, how we're going to do that, right? So the relationship of us as a users and these service providers are somehow someone invented this word, called this word, the feudal internet. So if you are, how to say, like, pay royal to the service provider, trust them, trust him, trust her, like the Lord basically. In exchange, the feudal lord will give you the service, sometimes for free, sometimes, like, charge a minimal fee, right? And they will guarantee that, okay, everything's going to be secure. Just trust us, right? But this is the model that somehow took away your control over your own data And this is something that I think I'm not sure, well, but I think that this is something that like MIL maybe like in like I mean now like in this digital era have to address how to actually like get the control back to the users, to the citizen. Right? Okay. Probably not everybody will have a capacity or maybe actually also like financial means, right, to handle all these like big data or like sophisticated like data center. But they should at least aware the consequences and maybe know some of the alternative that they can have, right? Okay, I have like 7 minutes somehow. Okay, if anyone has interest in this, probably we can discuss later. But I think like if you look to that like 3 circles, right? Data, which is include identity as well, right? Data, computation, and the network. I think for a citizen in this digital era to achieve self-determination, right, and ability to understand, secure, and make use of these 3 elements, right, for his or her own interest is very essential. And I think from this, it will explain further like what is the skills or the programs that our organizations is like have been like undergoing in the past and also currently as well. So the point is like, okay, we talking about a lot of people like since in the morning like talking about like how to train, right, all those skills, right, whether it's ICT, information media, like how to do journalism, like take photograph, whatever. Also including like how to write computer software as well. More and more like schools in many countries now like trying to like include these programming skills into their curriculum as well, right? But thinking like, okay, you know how to grow a seed. You got a seed, right? You know how to grow it. But then somehow there's some law, patent law, say that you're not allowed to doing so. Or maybe in the gene itself of this seed, say that no, we just somehow eliminate the ability for this seed to grow out of the seed. So in the biological code of the seed, right, you basically cannot grow it, even though you know how to grow a seed in general. But the seed that you got, like, it just doesn't grow, like, yeah, because it's like somehow coded inside the seed that like, oh, by the DNA that like, no, you are not allowed to. So what's the use of the skill, right? Or maybe you know how to fix your car, but then the car manufacturer said that no, according to copyright law, by going into the controlling software of the car, you are now infringe our copyright. So what's the use of those skills of fixing cars, of fixing your computer, if say one day Microsoft, Apple, or whoever say no, we are not allowed you to fix your own computer? And then what's the use of remixing, having the skill of remixing media or of these like cultural artifacts, if like one day after you upload, like say these clips of maybe of campaigning something, or maybe just basically expressing something about your community, and then someone who disagree with the idea in your clips use the copyright law to take them down. So I think follow on that point, MIL should, at least in my idea, in what our organization do is like at least 3 points, right? To make people able to have control over their own personal information, whether it's a software code or personal information or data, right? And also able to code the information system in a way best suited for them, right? And when I'm talking about information system, it can be like computer, it can be like media, or it can be like anything, right? And also like being able to code the related legal system that all these things are governed under, right? And this is kind of a summary before I'm going to the activities. I think I just like come up with this table actually just last night, trying to think like what kind of if I'm going to have to, if I have to actually explain the activities that we have done so far, like how I should like explain it. So at the top, or in that yellow like sales bars, maybe like we can say these are somehow like related to media and information literacies, right? So in the, how you call that, vertical columns, right? The columns you can see there's one on the left, right, which is like self, and on the right it's something like, I don't know how to use the word. It's something like it's like beyond yourself, right? And on the as a role, right, this horizontal, right? The top one, it's more on the skills, and the bottom one, it's more on the enabling rights and environment, including legal environment as well. So I think like at the bottom row, it is something that, okay, it's not included in MIL. Of course, MIL cannot include everything, right? Of course, nothing can include everything. We have to somehow make a separation. But I think like anyway, we should think in mind that like as a, I don't know, like MIL practitioners, right? We should keep in mind that like these like bottom row are the enabling rights that we should, if it's possible, right, go to support for it, right? And yes, of course, our focus will be more on the top row, right? Either it's about the performance, right, or being able to manage multiple identities, right, across different media, or how to navigate it around. And actually, that's more of the elements, right, inside each of these cells. But I'll just like highlighting something that we actually like included in our activities so far. The focus of the individual skills to protect one's own self, which is actually our one of our very core activities. It's on security and privacy, right? As mentioned earlier, without privacy, you are not actually in control of your own life. So we see privacy and security as the core of our activities. On the right-hand side of the top row, our core is more on the ability to hack in hacking something. And hacking in this way is not necessary to be something that like the activities is like going to violate some other rights. Hacking in this sense, it actually means that try to using something in a way that the manufacturer is actually not decided. Okay. Time's up for myself, right? But just to finish this, the hacking part and skim through quickly, it's that hacking in this sense, it's like trying to use, for example, like I cannot actually like, think of it. Basically, it's mean like trying to use something in a way that the manufacturer doesn't decide it in the first place. Unintended use. Somebody used that word, right? So individuals should have this skill, right? To use the information, to use the media devices or tools, equipment in a way that the manufacturer does not decide it in the first place. right? Or maybe we can use the word remix as our friends from Canada said, right? And I think, okay, so just go quickly about our activities, right? To support all those ideas. These are some of our activities. So the first one is, well, we call it a night school, rather small. So in collaboration with the reading room, which is an art library in Bangkok, we organize a talk, a series of workshops that focus around the contemporary issues that relate to digital culture with for example, the content is, for example, we discuss about the SOPA PIPA Act, right? That stop online privacy act, right? In the U.S. and what its consequences that it could happen if it's really there, even though we are not in the U.S. But like what's the consequences in Thailand, for example, we discuss about the use of new media in social movement and how people in the demonstration like appropriate different kind of tools and media to support their cause. That's kind of an example in these talks. Some of them are actually a real workshop that like we gather people, the facilitator gather people and trying to like build something together with the participants. For more hands-on workshop, we have this so-called Thursday DIY, or in Thai we call it Paruhat, right? And we bring people in and, for example, teaching them how to use OpenStreetMap to build an open source map, right? And so later on, people can use this map in other applications. Like, for example, using, we see application of OpenStreetMap like the Open Cycling Map, for example, that like people in many cities, right? Now those cyclists, right, can have the open source version of the map to go and navigate around the city. But in order to get those data, there should be someone be able to put the data inside the map first. So we like we have a workshop on this, like training people how to contribute to this open source database project. We have a session on how to write Wikipedia, right? We have a session on how to do the video caption with Amara, which later you can export it to many open source video platform, right? And also the safe online practices in general. This is a handbook on citizen media, and also like this is another one on how to use the internet safely with a focus on social media and privacy, and also the issues of intellectual properties, and also on privacy rights for consumers as well. We also do the annual report on the internet freedom situation and information rights in Thailand. So, and also doing a research on, so we have earlier, right? Actually, I have like discussed a lot about like how private sectors are now actually now being like a major players for a lot of public services that people nowadays rely on, right? So this one we do a rating for different service providers on how they protect their users, right? We're doing this to make the users more informed about the protection that they can expect it from a particular service provider, so they can have a more informed decision when they're going to choose which service provider, and also like try to encourage the provider to improve their services as well. So you can see, like, for example, like a lot of, you can see that a lot of, actually almost every service provider in Thailand, whether it's a government agency or private sector, doesn't really tell the users which information they're going to collect or how they're going to use those information. You can see the second row from the right hand side. It's almost like red. Okay, that's it. So the last point is I think so. When you look at the activity, it's more like some of the activities are more on the building, right, the skills, right. Some activity it's more like raising awareness, right. So after the people have awareness on some particular point, they know that okay, some of the issues, it's themselves who can do something with it, with these skills. But a lot of times, there are things that they cannot actually do by themselves. It needs some intervention from the government or from the regulator. So in this last slide of our activities, we have a netizen school where we bring together youth from 20 to 35 years old and have 3 days workshop on how the internet works, how the participatory process in the internet governance, who is a regulator, and what kind of things that you can thinking about when you're using the internet, and how to actually influence the policy makers in this context. So we try to like in the end, right? If we cannot really like there is always something that we cannot really do by ourselves, but at least we know like who we can expect this from and put our like pressure on, and that's it. ครับ ขอบคุณครับ
Okay, thank you. You have netizen school, you have street school. Maybe you should have media smart school in the future. So keep calm and quote your rights, right? Because that means you'll have self-determination and also quote your life accordingly. All right, I think we have time for a few questions. Anyone has any questions to ask? Yes, please.
สวัสดีค่ะอุณาลมจันทร์รุ่งมณีกุลจากสุโขทัยธรรมาธิราชนะคะประทับใจทุกท่านแหละค่ะเพราะว่าเป็นไอเดียมากๆนะคะแล้วก็คิดว่าพอฟังไปหลายๆท่านก็คงจะได้ตัวอย่างที่อยากจะทำแต่ว่าคำถามสั้นๆเลยค่ะเอาตัวรอดยังไงในทาง financial management who support
Okay. That's a
คือ
hard
จริง
one.
ๆตั้งใจจะถามสองท่านจากต่างประเทศเพราะไม่แน่ใจว่าทางประเทศไทยอยากจะตอบไหมแล้วก็คือในทางตรงกันข้ามคือรัฐเข้ามามีบทบาทอย่างไร
Okay.
ทั้งทาง support และ intervene
Government subsidy? How do you fund your projects? Basically.
So we are a nonprofit. We do not generally receive direct government funding. We actually did start out about 20 years ago as part of the National Film Board, but we were made a separate nonprofit. In the first 10 years or so, we did receive a fair bit of government funding. That dried up. So our funding comes from a lot of different places. A lot of it comes from the philanthropic arms of corporations, especially telecommunications companies, so the cable and telephone companies. We also get some from internet companies. Google, for instance, provides us with a certain amount of funding. All of that, we have very strict rules about how we accept funding, so it has to be with no strings attached because we have to be independent. We also have a certain amount directed to us by our radio telecommunications authority, sort of our version of NBTC. But what they do, they don't give us the money directly. When they approve the merger of media companies, or when they approve the purchase of one company by another, they direct a certain amount to the public good, and we receive sometimes some of that money. So it's a challenge. On the one hand, not being directly funded gives us independence, but it also means as a nonprofit we are in some ways always looking for funding, and sometimes it can take us a long time to find funding for certain things. So particularly the research, it took us 6 years to find funding between the second phase and the third phase of our research.
The question was also exaggeration. Okay. Okay, so the first year we did not have any money, so it was all volunteer, so we lost money. And we are two working full-time on this project during 6 months.
How many people do you have?
Well, the whole street press, street school is 8 persons, so it's quite small. And the street school we are 2, but we do other stuff as well, but we are 2. So the first year we didn't have anything, and the second and third year the foundation I talked about helped us, and a bit of public fundings as well. But it's quite hard because for next year, for example, we won't have the foundations, so it's always a quest for funding.
Did you guys do any kind of fundraising activities at all, or would it be a conflict of interest?
I'm a journalist, so I don't know how to do that, so I don't do that. But a guy does that at my job.
We've never done sort of direct fundraising. We do get a small number of charitable contributions. We are a registered charity in Canada. We do get a small number of contributions. But as I said, most of our donations, most of our sponsorship comes either from the philanthropic arms of corporations, or in some cases from arm's length government agencies. So the Office of the Privacy Commissioner and the Canadian Internet Registry Agency have both provided us with usually project-specific, so funding for particular projects in the past, and they've both been great benefactors of ours.
Okay, thanks. How about Thai netizen?
เวลาที่บ้านถามว่าเฮ้ยเอาเงินที่ไหนมาทำงานเนี่ยครับผมก็จะตอบเขาไปคำๆครับว่าถ้าใครเคยเห็นคำนี้ครับในอินเทอร์เน็ตจะมีใช้กันเยอะครับรับเงินต่างชาติมาทำลายประเทศไทยครับ
แถลงเลยครับแถลงตรงนี้เลย
ทุนคือตอนแรกเนี่ยถ้าพูดถึงเรื่องของตั้งอะไรเป็นกลุ่มขึ้นมาเนี่ยคือใครพูดมาอย่างนี้ครับสัก 5-6 ปีที่แล้วเนี่ยก็คือเป็นอาสาสมัครหมดนะครับไม่คือแต่ละคนก็มีงานประจำอยู่แล้วครับบางคนก็เป็นนักข่าวบ้างบางคนเป็นอาจารย์มหาลัยเป็นอะไรต่างๆที่บ้างก็ผมตอนนั้นจริงๆตกงานนะครับกำลังหางานอยู่เป็นโปรแกรมเมอร์บ้างอะไรเงี้ยก็มาทำงานด้วยกันนะครับแล้วก็เข้าใจว่าตอนนั้นฟันดิ้งครั้งแรกเนี่ยได้มาจาก Media Legal Defense อันครับถ้าผมจำไม่ผิดแต่ว่าได้มาแบบโครงการระยะสั้นมากๆคือได้แค่6 เดือนเป็นไพลอตนี่ครับตอนนั้นแล้วก็ค่อยๆทำมาครับคือส่วนใหญ่เนี่ยถ้าเกิดว่าถ้าเขียนขอทุนเนี่ยส่วนใหญ่ที่จะได้เนี่ยคือจะว่าจะเป็นโปรเจกต์ปีต่อปีหรือบางครั้งก็สั้นๆมากแค่แบบบางที3 เดือน 6 เดือนก็มีคือเป็นเฉพาะโครงการมากๆอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับแล้วก็ไม่ได้มีเขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะสตาฟที่แบบว่าประจำองค์กรอะไรเงี้ยคือพอหมดโครงการปุ๊บก็หมดไปอะไรมากกว่าปัจจุบันเนี่ยมีคนทำงานเต็มเวลาเนี่ยแค่2 คนครับแล้วก็ถ้าทุนที่ได้ในถ้าเอาเฉพาะดูว่าเป็นก้อนใหญ่หน่อยที่อย่างเงี้ยก็จะมีเคยได้ของHeinrich Böll Foundation เนี่ยครับได้ปีต่อปีแต่ว่าได้ต่อเนื่องกัน3 ปีในโครงการสื่อกับประชาธิปไตยนะครับแต่ว่าตอนนี้ก็หมดไปแล้วหมดไปแล้วเกือบ3 ปีแล้วครับแล้วก็หลังจากนั้นเนี่ยก็ได้ของPrivacy International นะครับซึ่งจริงๆเงินเนี่ยมาจาก IDRC ของแคนาดาต่อเนื่องกัน2 ปีแล้วก็หมดไปตั้งแต่ปีที่แล้วนะครับแล้วก็ปีที่ผ่านมาก็ได้ทุนจากCEPA ก็คืออะไรนะ CEPA นี่คืออะไรนะ Southeast Asia Press Alliance นะครับซึ่งจริงเงินเนี่ยเขาได้มาจากCIDA ก็คือSwedish International Development Agency ทีนึงคือเราไม่มี ศักยภาพเท่าไหร่นักในการที่คือเนื่องจากเป็นองค์กรขนาดเล็กมากเนี่ยการที่จะไปขอทุนที่เป็น foreign aid ขนาดใหญ่แบบนั้นเนี่ยเราไม่มีปัญญาขอได้ว่าง่ายเพราะว่า range ของเงินเนี่ยมันเยอะมากเราไม่มีปัญญา manage นะครับก็คือว่าเราต้องไป sub grant มาจากองค์กรอื่นอีกทีนึงเช่นอย่างในกรณีที่บอกว่าทำงานกับ Privacy International เนี่ยคือ Privacy International เป็นคนรับ grant โดยตรงจาก IDRC เราไป sub grant ต่อจาก Privacy International นะครับหรือว่ากรณีทุน CIDA เนี่ยเราไม่ได้จาก CIDA โดยตรง CIPA เป็นคนได้จาก CIDA เราไป sub grant ต่อจาก CIPA อะไรแบบนี้ครับแล้วก็ทุน CIPA จริงๆที่ทำงานหมดไปตั้งแต่เดือนตุลาที่ผ่านมาแต่ว่าทำงานไม่ทันก็เลยขอต่ออีก3 เดือนก็จะหมดสิ้นปีนี้ครับก็ช่วงนี้ก็อยู่ในช่วงเขียนขอทุนต่อไปครับยังไม่แน่ใจว่าจะได้ที่ไหนครับก็จะเป็นระบบแบบนี้กว่าแต่ว่าคือตัวผมเนี่ยก็คือทำงานอย่างอื่นอยู่ด้วยอะไรประมาณนี้ครับแล้วก็คือมีที่เป็นสตาฟจริงๆเนี่ยที่แบบรันเต็มเวลาเนี่ยอยู่2 คนนอกนั้นก็จะเป็นวอลันเทียมาแบบเท่าที่ว่างอย่างมากกว่าอย่างนี้ครับ
ก็มีเรียกว่ามีแหล่งทุนนะแต่ว่าต้องเขียนขอจากทุนจากต่างประเทศก็มีถ้าเกิดว่าเป็นเรื่องเกี่ยวกับสาธารณะอะไรอย่างนี้ใช่ไหม
sorry คือต้องเรียนตรงๆว่า sorry คือต้องเรียนตรงๆว่าโครงการบางอย่างนะที่เราต้องการทำเนี่ยครับเขียนขอแหล่งทุนไทยก็ลำบากอยู่เหมือนกันเช่นนะครับอย่างตรงไปตรงมาอันนึงที่เราเห็นว่าเป็นปัญหาอย่างถ้าเกิดว่าดูไอตารางที่ว่านี้ครับเราบอกว่าตะกี้ทางนั้นบอกว่าต้องอะไรสกิลหนึ่งที่ต้องสอนใช่ไหมคือcritical thinking ใช่ไหมบอกว่าโอเคเราอยากจะ critical ในการที่จะคิดกับเรื่องประเด็นอะไรบางอย่างที่จะพูดเกี่ยวกับเรื่องอะไรบางอย่างแต่เรามองว่าโอเค underlying ไอ้ข้างล่างเนี่ยกฎหมายบางอย่างมันก็ไม่อนุญาตให้เราพูดสิ่งที่เรา critical ได้นะครับดังนั้นเนี่ยประเด็นอันนึงเนี่ยที่คือข่ายพลเมืองทำเนี่ยก็คือพยายามรณรงค์ว่ามันมีปัญหาบางอย่างในกฎหมายของเราไม่ว่าจะเป็นพรบคอมพิวเตอร์นะครับซึ่งบางส่วนเนี่ยสุดท้ายเนี่ยมันถูกใช้ในทางการเมืองแล้วมันก็ไปเชื่อมกับกฎหมายอาญามาตรา112เนี่ยเรื่องหมิ่นพระบรมเดชานุภาพเนี่ยคือผมไม่คิดว่าขอแหล่งทุนไทยที่ไหนเนี่ยนะแล้วเขาจะให้นะครับมันก็เลยประมาณนี้ครับ
Okay, let's move on to other questions. Any other questions? Yes, please.
ผมกีรติกันตรงนะครับจากโรงเรียนอุดรพนักการจังหวัดอุดรธานีนะครับอาจจะไม่ขอถามแต่ขอชื่นชมท่านวิทยากรนะครับที่ให้ความรู้แล้วก็แนวทางในการดำเนินงานซึ่งผมจะขอแลกเปลี่ยนความรู้นะครับซึ่งจากการที่ผมเนี่ยได้เป็นคุณครูแล้วก็มาเป็นตัวแทนแล้วก็ได้มาอยู่ในที่นี้นะครับคือในช่วงเดือนตุลาปี57นะครับถึงเดือนมีนาปี58นะครับที่ผ่านมากสทชเนี่ยนะครับได้สนับสนุนงบประมาณได้จัดอบรมให้ความรู้แก่นักเรียนและก็จัดตั้งเป็นโรงเรียนนำร่องในโครงการคนทันสื่อนะครับเราก็ไปรณรงค์ซึ่งรู้สึกว่าจะมีท่านอาจารย์ที่เป็นโรงเรียนที่เป็นโรงเรียนนำร่องมาในวันนี้ประมาณ15ท่านนะที่เป็นตัวแทนมานะครับก็ได้ไปรณรงค์แล้วก็รู้สึกว่าได้ผลดีนะครับหลังจากที่รณรงค์แล้วนักเรียนนะครับนำไปใช้ในชีวิตประจำวันได้นะครับแล้วก็นักเรียนมีความกระตือรือร้นผมก็เลยมีความคิดเห็นว่านะครับถ้าจะนำกิจกรรมเกี่ยวกับคนทันสื่อเนี่ยให้ได้ผลและได้ประโยชน์สูงสุดเนี่ยผมคิดว่าน่าจะส่งเสริมให้เป็นนโยบายของกระทรวงศึกษาธิการเข้าไปนะครับหรืออาจจะจัดเป็นหลักสูตรเป็นวิชาหรือเป็นชุมนุมหรือเป็นเกี่ยวกับกิจกรรมใดกิจกรรมหนึ่งที่ให้นักเรียนมีบทบาทแล้วก็ให้นักเรียนไปเผยแพร่ในเรื่องเกี่ยวกับคนทันสื่อซึ่งถ้าทำได้นะครับซึ่งถ้าทำได้ผมคิดว่าคนไทยและเยาวชนและประชาชนทั่วไปนะครับก็คงจะเข้าใจบทบาทของสื่อนะครับผมขอบคุณมากครับ
ขอบคุณครับฝ่ายเลขานะครับฝากส่งต่อให้กับกระทรวงศึกษาด้วยนะครับ จดไว้แล้วนะครับ Okay, next questions maybe 2 more. Okay, and then in the back.
Thank you. In this session, we have talked about applying media literacy to consumers. And we want that many people are trained as soon as possible in media literacy. Every country wants that. But how we will deal about the media literacy dangers? Because one side we are talking freedom of speech, another side we are talking restricting information, and we know that in many countries, like I'm giving example, kindly excuse me, Bangladesh, they murdered the bloggers. So it gives a great pain to our hearts that one side we are going for technologically forward, and other side we are just going back in our civilization. Thank you.
Anyone wants to? Press freedom?
How you will deal this thing?
Elsa, you can give an answer.
Well, the only thing I can say is that, well, as you know, Paris was attacked, but I'm not talking about the recent attacks, but the one in last January where the journalists were killed from a satirical, Charlie Hebdo, from a satirical newspaper. And so now the government has really wants to promote freedom of speech and media literacy. So they announced that they would put a lot of money in media literacy, and that in school, every school should have a newspaper, radio. So I'm hoping that those new measures will maybe change something, but I don't know. The problem seems a bit complex and bigger than this. But
every country has its own challenges, and there's nothing we can do to help every country. But the internet does give us an unparalleled opportunity because it gives the opportunity for every person to be a media producer. And obviously, in some countries that brings a risk to it. In some countries, the government is going to be opposed to that. And that's up to the governments and the citizens of the world what they're going to do about that. But what we can do is make sure that the resources exist as freely as possible in as many languages as possible for people to learn how to do that and to learn that they have the human right to express themselves and to be heard.
Right. And not breaking the law is probably one of the basic
knowing knowing your rights and knowing what laws you're subject to, and that's two sides of the coin. Because again, as we heard this morning, the law doesn't stop when you go online, and again, your rights don't stop when you go online. You need to know, of course, what laws you're subject to. That's part of being a digital citizen, but you also need to know what rights you have.
And also maybe talk your laws. Also maybe you should think about maybe the law itself can be changed as well. I don't know, but anyway, I think yes, internet give us tremendous opportunities to get offended. Right? Everybody's got to get offended by something, always, right? But in the past, maybe you get offended less because you are not so connected, right? But this is so much connected world. Everybody tends to oh, there's some magazine in Denmark writing an article about something that I really strongly believe, and I feel get offended, which is maybe 10 years ago we wouldn't have a chance actually to get access to that kind of content, right? But now you feel more and more offended. So I think with this kind of cross-border nature of the internet itself, of all this new media, if you're really serious, right, to get rid of all the offended content, I don't think in the end we will have any kind of content left on the internet. People tend to get offended on something, got offended by something anyway, right? So maybe I think that is something to. It's not only the technology. I mean, the technology itself is already changed, right? But I think the mindset, the way we're thinking about the world, have to be changed as well. Probably not related to this, but maybe back to the point that like some of the panelists discussed earlier about the issues of like how to protect our children, for example, right? We are now have like more and more surveillance technology, right? And one of the like legitimate use of this surveillance technology is like to protect our children. But I'm not sure like how many of us here have a chance to watch this film, Men, Women, and Children. Have any of us? You know Juno, the film? Yeah, it's the same director. And it's a story. It's about parents and their kids, and how these parents understand technology, and some of the parents how they use surveillance technology to keep an eye on their kids, which in the end is actually turn against their own kids instead of protecting them. So I think to disappoint you, right? I actually don't have an answers, but like I think one of the things that we can actually how to say if you cannot really like change the world, maybe you have to look back into yourself, like there's anything in yourself that you can change.
Right. Yes, last question please.
ครับผมเป็นประเด็นแลกเปลี่ยนนะครับจริงๆแล้วผมอันแรกเลยคือคงจะเป็นกสทช.ที่พูดถึงนิดหนึ่งว่าวันนี้การจัดสรรผลประโยชน์เนี่ยมันเป็นสื่อกระแสหลักที่เป็นพาณิชย์มากเกินไปที่จะเป็นสื่อที่เราจะให้เราวิเคราะห์เท่าทันนะครับนั่นหมายถึงเป็นไปได้ว่าพลเมืองของเราไม่ต้องวิเคราะห์เพราะว่าพาณิชย์เขาจัดการวิเคราะห์ให้เสร็จหมดแล้วเรื่องการตลาดอะไรพวกนี้อันนี้คือน่าสนใจนะครับถ้ายังไม่รีบปรับตัวเรื่องพวกนี้ปุ๊บเรามาพูดเรื่องนี้ MIL อะไรมันก็ไม่มีประโยชน์อันนี้กสทช.ต้องมีเงื่อนไขบางอย่างนะครับอันที่สองก็คือสนใจที่ประเด็นผู้นำเสนอเกี่ยวกับนักข่าวพลเมืองประเทศไทยของไทยเราเรียกว่า Citizen Report นะครับซึ่งมันน่าสนใจแต่เรามีพื้นที่น้อยมากในทีวีสาธารณะของเรานะครับและช่วงเวลาที่น้อยมากและที่สำคัญเรามีการเทรนนิ่งก็จริงแต่เวลาเราทำเนี่ยเราไม่สามารถทำประเด็นที่มากกว่าประเด็นเย็นๆประเด็นวัฒนธรรมประเด็นวิถีชีวิตเรียบง่ายแต่เราทำเรื่องร้อนๆด่วนๆเรื่องการเมืองในยะบางอย่างเนี่ยเราทำไม่ได้มันก็เห็นข้อจำกัดบางอย่างที่เราอยากจะยกระดับความเป็นพลเมืองของเราแต่เรากลับถูกจำกัดโดยนัยยะบางอย่างเยอะแยะเลยอันนี้ก็คือแลกเปลี่ยน2ประเด็นแต่ก็ขอบคุณมากสำหรับกรณีศึกษาดีๆเยอะแยะนะครับขอบคุณครับ
Okay, thank you very much. One last question, make it brief please, because we're running out of time.
ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะชื่อสายพินศรีหลักษณ์นะคะจากสพม4คือมีคำถามสพมเนี่ยคือของสพทนะคะของกระทรวงศึกษาค่ะค่ะคือจากที่ฟังของที่หน่วยงานต่างๆนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็นมีเดียสมาร์ทนะคะหรือว่าสตรีทสคูลโปรแกรมเนี่ยแล้วก็ทางของไทยเองคือสงสัยค่ะว่าองค์กรเหล่านี้คือถ้าดิฉันไม่มาสัมมนาเนี่ยก็คือเราก็จะไม่รู้จักคราวนี้กลุ่มคนที่จะเข้าไปเนี่ยก็คือมีความสนใจในการที่จะเข้าไปศึกษานะคะก็แสดงว่ากลุ่มคนที่เข้าไปศึกษาเนี่ยเขาต้องมีความ media and information literacy คือกำลังสงสัยว่าแล้วผู้คนที่เขาไม่ได้เข้ามาดูหรือไม่เข้ามาแตะในองค์กรเหล่านี้เขาจะเท่าทันสื่อได้อย่างไรสมมุติว่าถ้าเรามีองค์กรที่มีลักษณะอย่างเช่นอย่าง Google นะคะอย่างใครๆก็เข้าไปค้นใครๆก็เข้าไปศึกษาเนี่ยถ้าเกิดเราเป็นอย่างนั้นได้เนี่ย MIL เนี่ยมันก็น่าจะเกิดขึ้นก็แล้วก็สงสัยประเด็นก็คืออย่างของSmart Media Smart แล้วก็ของ Street School เนี่ยคือผู้คนที่ติดตามที่เข้าไปให้ความคิดเห็นหรือไปติดตามองค์กรเหล่านี้ มากน้อยขนาดไหนอะค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
Okay, you need translation. How do people outside of just general audience get to know you and get to be media literate? Because if not we're in this room, then general audience will not know about it.
So, as I mentioned near the beginning of my presentation, one of our 3 pillars is public awareness. So, as well as creating the educational resources and doing the research that forms the basis for those resources, we make public outreach and education and awareness efforts. So, we appear on media coverage to get our name out there. We consult with curriculum bodies who are creating curriculum. We consult with ministries of education. We consult with the federal government and provincial governments. And we also have a long-time partnership with the Canadian Teachers Federation, which is the umbrella group of most of the teachers' unions in Canada. And so they're a partner with us. So whenever we have a new resource, they help us promote it to teachers. And we've also partnered with a large number of groups. One of the things I didn't have time to mention, we also have an annual event. It's called Media Literacy Week. And we actually partner, I think we had 60 partners this year in Canada and also internationally. This was the first year that they observed Media Literacy Week in the United States. So it gets bigger and bigger every year, and its purpose really is just to make people more aware of media and digital literacy. So quite a lot of our efforts go towards making sure that it's not just the people who already know that access our resources.
Okay. Street school, how do you promote yourself to be known?
Well, that's why I talked very briefly about the call for applicants. It seems not important, but it's one of the most important time of the whole street school because we want that everybody hear about the street school. That means we try that radio shows talk about it, free newspapers, like a whole different types of media that talk about the street school and tell people to apply for the program. So yeah, it's really important to try to have as many different people as possible. It's a key thing.
Okay, thank you. And I know you use infographics as one of the tools.
Yes, so most of the time I think like people get to know us from social media. Right. And like one of the things that like will help people actually circulated our like presence on around it. It's by creating like some nice graphics or some like piece of news that like short enough for them to actually like forward it around in the social media. So we found that in this way people come to our pages like more often. Something like that. I actually like to address a bit on พี่อะไรนะครับผมขอโทษนะครับผมเห็นด้วยเหมือนกันว่าถ้าคือผมเข้าใจว่าอย่างน้อยเนี่ยส่วนหนึ่งอย่างที่ผมว่าไปนี่คือว่าเราพูดถึง MIL เนี่ยส่วนหนึ่งเนี่ยเราบอก literacy เนี่ยทำไปทำไมเนี่ยส่วนหนึ่งมันก็เพื่อให้เราสามารถที่จะสร้างอัตลักษณ์ของเราได้เข้าใจว่าตัวเราคืออะไรเข้าใจว่าสังคมวัฒนธรรมของเราคืออะไรใช่ไหมซึ่งผมคิดว่าอันเนี้ยมันเป็นอันนึงที่มันเชื่อม MIL กับไอ้สิทธิพื้นฐานอื่นๆคือถ้าเกิดว่าเราไม่มีสิทธิ์ที่จะพูดถึงสมมติที่ผมก็ไม่รู้นะผมพูดถึง indigenous people ทั่วๆไปแล้วกันนะครับชนทั่วไปเนี่ยปัญหาสำคัญตอนนี้เนี่ยโดยเฉพาะในภูมิภาคนี้ที่เขาประสบก็คือผลกระทบจากโครงการพัฒนาที่เกี่ยวข้องกับทรัพยากรธรรมชาติทีนี้ซึ่งตรงนี้เนี่ยมันมีผลกระทบกับชุมชนเขาโดยตรงทีนี้แล้วมันก็เป็นสิ่งที่ทำให้เขารู้ว่าเขาคือใครเขาอยู่ในตำแหน่งแห่งที่ไหนในสังคมนี่ประเด็นก็คือว่าถ้าหนึ่งเขาไม่สามารถพูดถึงสิ่งเหล่านี้ได้ในสื่อ เพราะว่าการไปพูดถึงโครงการพัฒนาเหล่านี้เนี่ยมันเป็นกระทบต่อรัฐบอกว่ากระทบต่อความมั่นคงของชาตินะครับหรือ2คนในชุมชนของเขาเองเนี่ยนะครับอาจจะเป็นเยาวชนหรือใครก็ตามในชุมชนของเขาเองเนี่ยสุดท้ายก็ไม่สามารถเข้าถึงข่าวสารพวกนี้ได้เหมือนกันเพราะไม่มีสื่อไหนนำเสนอคำถามก็คือว่าไอ้สิ่งที่เราบอกว่าเป็นอะไรการรู้เท่าทันสื่อก็ตามเป็นการอ่านออกเขียนได้ทางสื่อก็ตามที่จะเอาสื่อเนี่ยนะครับเข้าถึงสื่อเนี่ยเพื่อมาสร้างอัตลักษณ์หรือว่าทำให้รู้ว่าเราคือใครในสังคมเนี่ยมันจะเป็นไปได้แค่ไหนเพราะไอ้ข้อมูลพวกนี้เนี่ยเราเข้าไม่ถึงหรือเราพูดไม่ได้นะครับผมเห็นด้วยมากๆว่าสุดท้ายแล้วเนี่ยแม้ว่ามันจะเป็น2เรื่องนะครับที่ต้องใช้การทำงานคนละอย่างกันนะคือด้านนึงเป็นเรื่องนโยบายเนาะอีกด้านนึงเนี่ยเป็นเรื่องการพัฒนาทักษะสกิลนะครับแต่ว่า2อย่างนี้มันแยกกันไม่ได้เพราะต่อให้คุณมีทักษะในการอ่านข่าวสารรับรู้ข่าวสารเอาสิ่งต่างๆเหล่านั้นเนี่ยมาประกอบสร้างเป็นอัตลักษณ์ของคุณมากแค่ไหนก็ตามแต่ถ้ามันไม่มีข้อมูลข่าวสารเพียงพอที่มันเป็นความจริงที่มันสะท้อนข้อเท็จจริงจากสังคมวัฒนธรรมพื้นที่ตรงนั้นเนี่ยอัตลักษณ์ของคุณมันจะเกิดขึ้นมาได้ยังไงที่มันสะท้อนความเป็นคุณจริงๆผมคิดว่าอันนี้มันเป็นปัญหาแล้วผมคิดว่ามันเป็นผมขอบคุณมากๆที่ถามนี้เพราะว่าผมคิดว่าอันนี้มันเป็นลิงก์ที่ทำให้เราเห็นได้ว่าMIL เนี่ยมันไม่สามารถอยู่อย่างโดดๆของมันได้นะครับมันต้องเชื่อมว่าสุดท้ายแล้วว่าคุณมีสกิลในการใช้ข้อมูลแต่ข้อมูลล่ะมันจะมาจากไหนนะครับถ้ายังไม่ให้คนพูดหรือยังไม่ให้คนเข้าถึงขอบคุณครับ
Okay, all right. Before we end this session, I'd like to ask each speaker to give us a minute of perhaps a closing remark. You could encourage us because we are all people with good intentions. We want to promote MIL and media literacy. Based on your work, past success, how do you advise us in here?
I would just close by saying that looking at our framework, although we divided digital literacy into 7 different categories, more often than not, when we deal with issues online, it covers several of them. So you can imagine if you get a piece of medical news through social media, let's say a friend tells you not to get the flu vaccine for whatever reason, that's an authentication issue because you have to find out if it's true or not. It's a health issue because you're getting health information. But it's also an ethical and a community issue because you have to decide whether to respond, whether to pass that on. You are a transmitter and a publisher as well as a recipient. So it's important to remember that even though we have resources and we use the framework to focus, to concentrate on different aspects, the framework also exists to make sure that all of those aspects get covered and none get left out.
Okay. Elsa, please.
Well, I'm both a little worried and a little hopeful. I'm worried because I can see every day that young people are not really informed in France, and that in those days we really need to be informed and they really need to take their place in society and have a voice because it's important. But I'm also hopeful because, you know, in France we like to demonstrate and go in the street and claim what, you know. But also we don't talk enough about the fact that a lot of people take internet and engage themselves through through online activism, and it's really and youth is really strong in activism, online activism. So that's I'm hopeful because I can see that, you know, there are a lot of Facebook groups and people who are really engaged. So.
I like the second part, being hopeful. Kunal, 1 minute.
I'm actually very hopeful as well. Like examples like from like Hong Kong, right? From like France, from many places in the world. I think if we just let this generation freedom, right, to try something like on their own, and we just like probably like maybe like step back a bit, try to protect them, of course, but not actually like get in their way. We will see a lot of stuff like interesting happens. I think it's maybe the point I like to make is maybe just like I think like last session some people talk about the generative like internet, right, or generative like back to like Chomsky generative idea of the language. I think the internet right now in its like like I don't know like form at the moment, nobody actually have this in mind like 10 years ago or 20 years ago. It just happens because we doesn't really control it much. We let it like grow naturally, right? So I think if you really want to see any kind of innovation happens, try not to make people ask for permission to doing it.
Okay, thank you very much. Our three guests today, Matthew Johnson, Elsa Bastian, and Artit Surya Wongkun. Please give a big hand of applause to our three guests. Thank you very much.
จบไปแล้วนะครับสำหรับการสัมมนาในช่วงสุดท้ายของวันนี้นะครับก่อนอื่นนะครับต้องขอบพระคุณนะครับผู้ดำเนินการอภิปรายผู้ช่วยศาสตราจารย์ดร.วรัตน์ ครุจิตท่านมาจากคณะนิเทศศาสตร์และนวัตกรรมการจัดการสถาบันบัณฑิตพัฒนาบริหารศาสตร์ขอเสียงปรบมือกับท่านด้วยครับ
A big thank to our moderator, Assistant Professor Dr. Warat Karujit, School of Communication Arts and Innovation Management, National Institute of Development Administration
ครับแล้วก็ต้องขอบคุณนะครับคุณแมทธิวจอห์นสันนะครับคุณเอลซ่าบาสติยองนะครับและคุณอาทิตย์สุริยะวงกุลที่ให้เกียรติเป็นวิทยากรกับเราในวันนี้ขอเสียงปรบมือกับทุกท่านในวันนี้ด้วยครับ
Our excellent speakers, Mr. Johnson, Bastion, and Surya Wongkun.
สำหรับนะครับวันนี้การสัมมนาของเรานะครับผู้เข้าร่วมทุกท่านนะครับก็เสร็จสิ้นลงแล้ววันพรุ่งนี้นะครับจะเริ่มเวลาลงทะเบียนเวลา 8:30 น.นะครับแล้วก็จะเริ่มเซสชั่นช่วงที่5เนี่ยเวลา 9:00 น.ตรงนะครับสำหรับในวันนี้นะครับอาหารเย็นนะครับสำหรับผู้เข้าร่วมทุกท่านก็จะเป็นที่ชั้น2นะครับห้องแซฟไฟร์นะครับ
So we've come to